stopped to run. The bear caught up to Johnny, knocked him to the ground. Johnny thought it was little girl and he beat that bear down. Well, the moral of the story, if there's a woman by his side, there's nothing that a man won't do just to stay alive, stay alive. And we all shine a light, little darling, we all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun. And we all shine a light, little darling, we all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done, and you're the one.
Well, Junior Angus members, we are close to showtime here. It will be starting in a few minutes, so any of the tiny mites could start getting their cattle ready and up to the ring and check in with the show marshals. Couple of tiny mite classes, and then we'll move right into the peewees. So any of our young Angus enthusiasts, you should be getting your cattle ready and up to the ring here shortly. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and Angus Juniors, and welcome to the 2025 Alberta Junior Angus Show. We begin our day with the Tiny Mite Show and Class 1, the Tiny Mite heifer calves. 106 is the entry from Maverick Hunter, DMM Blackbird 142N, followed by 105, Arlen Murray with Murray Bride 87N. And next in is Otto Schmidt, show number 101 with LLB Bardess 1N, the Tiny Mite heifer calf class. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you our adjudicator of the day, a young lady that of course needs no introduction. Jordy Buba has grown up in the show ring as an exhibitor, as a junior member for many, many years, and works countless number of hours volunteering with our youth at several shows throughout Alberta. And Jordy now resides in the Cochrane area with her husband Luke, and they run some cows there and get a number of cattle ready for sales and shows for people all through the fall too. So we're very fortunate to have Jordy Buba with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Jordy to the ring. And performing the ring work today, we're fortunate to have a couple past Alberta Angus junior members. There's Thomas Wildman and Kaylee Brandel working the ring for us today, so thank you to Thomas and Kaylee as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have some comments on this Tiny Mite heifer calf class. Judge Buba.
Well, good morning, Bashaw and Junior Angus people. A pretty great day to be out here for sure. And again, when you start your day with these Tiny Mites, I mean, really, how can you go down from here, right? I mean, it's pretty incredible. So we got three young gentlemen out here, of course, with their heifer calves. We're going to pull the heifer calf into first. I think just, again, for length of spine, length of body, she's a little more extended in that front end than our second place heifer. I mean, you do grant just the depth of rib and middle third in our second place heifer is probably a little more ideal than our first place heifer. But again, I think just the cards that our first place heifer brings to the table is what's going to have her win the class today. Again, love this heifer in second. I mean, she's so big bodied, so mellow made. Just like to refine her a little bit in that tail head maybe, and again, stretch her out a little in that front end to beat that heifer calf above her. Now, our third place heifer probably matches with our first place heifer the best, just in terms of her style and her doability and what she brings to the table. We just need a little bit more of her. I mean, she just comes here the smallest framed and that. But again, three incredible heifer calves doing a great job for these three gentlemen. So let's give them a round of applause and we'll see our next class.
So in our Tiny Mite heifer class, first place goes to entry 105, Arlen Murray with Murray Bride 87N. Second in class is entry 101 for Otto Schmidt with LLB Bardess 1N. And third was entry 106 for Maverick Hunter DMM Blackbird 142N. We'll see those top two heifer calves back in our Tiny Mite Champion Drive. Following the next class, Class 2, the Tiny Mite Yearling Heifers. And we now welcome to the ring that Tiny Mite Yearling Heifer class. Entry 104 is Raleigh Fisher with Avalon Pride 872M. Followed in by entry 103 for Tucker Doran, Red Allison Astor 184M. Your Tiny Mite Yearling Heifers. We'll now have some comments on the Tiny Mite Yearling Heifers.
Well, again, just the two high-quality heifers in this class, and I mean, I think just in terms of how this heifer blows you away, the red heifer easily wins this class. I mean, like, look at that look she gives you. She just loves coming out of that shoulder high. She's got so much middle dimension, and she carries that real well until her rear third. And again, just so sound on the move, and just a really neat heifer here to win that class. Our black heifer follows her really nicely as well. I mean, not as haired up as our heifer in first, and again, so she really shows you what she is. She's not hiding anything. Again, really nice sound heifer. Just kind of doesn't have the look and that pizzazz as our front place heifer has, but two really nice heifers for these young exhibitors as well.
So first place goes to 103, the entry for Tucker Doran, Red Allison Astor 184M. And the second place in class to Raleigh Fisher with Avalon Pride 872M. We'll see them return in our next class, the Grand Champion Drive. So now entering the ring, we have our Grand Champion Tiny Mite Drive, and we bring back our top two heifer calves. In first place there, we had entry 105 for Arlen Murray, Murray Bride 87N. And second place was 101 for Otto Schmidt, LLB Bardess 1N. And in the yearling heifer division, first place there was entry 103 for Tucker Doran, Red Allison Astor 184M. And second place in our yearling heifers were 104 Raleigh Fisher with Avalon Pride 872M. The Tiny Mite Grand Champion Drive. Comments on this Tiny Mite Championship, Judge Jordan Buba.
Well, I know how hard it is, of course, always on the, I'm sure the senior members helping these juniors and the parents that the tiny mites always have to start the show. But it's always the funnest to start them with them because you never usually have to wait for them in the marshalling area. They're always the fastest to get there, and they're always usually 10 minutes ahead instead of 10 minutes late. And again, I think it shows their enthusiasm for wanting to be out here and showcase these animals to everybody. So I mean, I think it's just incredible that at this age we can do this for these kids for sure. Again, I've talked to these heifers in their classes. 4 really nice heifers out here. We just sent one back, of course. We had a class of 3, but again, fundamentals are all here for these cattle and the kids. I'll go select you a couple champions and let's give them a round of applause.
Grand Champion Tiny Mite, the yearling heifer for Tucker Doran, Red Allison Astor 184M. Your Grand Champion Tiny Mite. Reserve Grand Champion Tiny Mite, the heifer calf entry 105 for Arlen Murray, Murray Bride 87N. We now move to the Pee Wee division and Class 3 of the day, the Pee Wee heifer calves. 106, the entry for Amos Wilson. DMM Blackbird 142N. 113 is the entry for Emily Richards, Crooked Creek Tibby 17N. 118 is Kiefer Morrison with Brooking Rose 5077. 116 is the entry for Wynn Henderson, LLB Glenella 4N. 201, the entry for Errol Wilson, DMM 7N. Your Pee Wee heifer calves. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have some comments on the Pee Wee heifer calves.
Well, a pretty neat class here, top to bottom on these heifer calves, for sure, for these young showmen. Again, I think, our top two, you could easily go either way. And, I think today my goal is maybe not necessarily to have you agree with me because it's my day and I get to do what I want, but I want you to understand why I've done things. So I hope that I can explain that throughout the day and that you can at least see where I'm going with things and see things on these cattle that maybe you haven't seen before. But anyway, I think we'll start with the heifer that, again, to me just has so much style and pizzazz. And I love how she comes out of that front end, and she just loves holding that head high and giving you that look. Now, she doesn't have as much depth of flank as our second place heifer for sure, and there's things that you would give her in our second place heifer. But again, I think just for the look she gives you, that utter spacing already at this stage of the game, I just really like this first place heifer. Now, the second place heifer, if you can believe it or not, is a July 4th. So, weight per day of age and how this heifer's developed, just incredible, right? Anyway, besides that, it's always fun to see what these little guys have come up with. But anyway, our month-old heifer calf here in second, again, you just love her mass and her power, and she's so soft and just, she carries everything so nicely. Again, I'd like to make her a little sharper coming out of that front end and maybe put that tail head in a little nicer for her. But again, two really nice heifers. You could go either way with them. This is how I'm going to do them today. Now, our third place heifer comes to us with a lot of size and punch and mass. Again, she probably types better with our first place heifer, just again with that look she gives you, and that she just doesn't have the overall dimension as our front two when we get really analyzing her and picking her apart. And again, she's maybe just not as smooth as she transitions everywhere. But again, really nice heifer there standing in third. Now we're going to go with our little heifer again in fourth. And again, I know, she comes in here the youngest of the class, but she just needs more to me and needs a little bit more frame. But again, when you look at her, she's got all the right pieces there. Just again, in my world, she's just a little bit smaller framed. Our girl on the end, again, big power, meat-packed heifer coming here and to round out the class. Again, you love her length of body. She's so deep in that rear third. Again, she just needs a little more style to her, a little bit more pizzazz. She needs to carry herself a little nicer over that top line, but really nice class from start to bottom. Let's give these peewees a round of applause.
In our Pee Wee heifer calf class, first place goes to 118 Kiefer Morrison with Brooking Rose 5077. Second place in the Pee Wee heifer calf class to 201 Arrow Wilson with DMM 7N. We'll see them two back in the Pee Wee champion drive. Third in class was entry 116 Wynn Henderson. Fourth in class 106 Amos Wilson. Fifth was 113 Emily Richards. We now welcome to the ring the Pee Wee Bull Steer Heifer, Bull Steer Calf class. 3 entries in class. 202 is the entry for Temperance Sorensen, Narman. Followed by 116, the entry for Wynn Henderson, LLB Profile 126N. 114 is the entry for Colt Jacobs, DMM Missouri River 8N. The Pee Wee Bull Steer Calf class. Ladies and gentlemen and juniors, if anyone would like a show program and has not yet received one, there are show programs up here at the announcer stand Feel free to come forward and pick up a program if you would like. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now ask for comments on this class and Judge Jordan Buba.
Well, again, an interesting class here as we get to the bull calves. And I think, it's always interesting judging a show or exhibiting a show. I mean, I don't know how these cattle are bred. I don't know if they're more Cavanese type cattle or performance cattle or how it is. I just get to see them that day and get to judge them in the classes they come at you at. So it's, it's a little give and take on what you want to see and how you want to do it. We're going to go with, in this class, I think, with the sounder bull compared to the more masculine meat and potatoes type of bull. I mean, I think this bull calf in first, again, he's got everything right. He is the oldest bull in the class, not by much. These three are all pretty tight in their ages. But again, I think just on soundness, this bull's going to win it. Again, you love how he comes into that front end. He's a little nicer shouldered than our second place bull. Again, a bull calf that's coming all along real good, got all the pieces in the right places, and is going to come along really nicely. Now again, I think if you're going for a big heavyweight type bull, for sure your bull in second is the bull to win the class. But again, for me, just watching him on the move, he wants to pop a little bit in those pasterns the odd time, and he's coming around. He's a little bit more open-shouldered than our first place bull, but again, I think rough, rugged type of bull, he wins the class. Just for those couple reasons, he's going to place here in second for me today. Now we're going to use our steer to round out the class, and again, I mean, a real long-bodied type calf, super long-bodied type calf, really, when you get analyzing him. And he's got enough natural muscling and durability. Again, he's just kind of not built the same as these two above him, just not as soft in that middle third. But again, really nice steer project for somebody down the line and rounds out this class really nicely.
Thank you, Jordy. And so first place in the bull class, entry 114 for Colt Jacobs, DMM Missouri River 8N. Second in class, 116 for Win Henderson, LLB Profile, 126N. Third in class was 202 for Temperance Sorensen and Narman. We now welcome to the ring the Pee Wee yearling heifers. 10 is the entry for Mallory Clough, Willow Valley Blossom 8M. 115, the entry for Madeline Clough, Willow Valley Missy 9M. Followed by 108, the entry for Elena McGowan, Red McGowan Miss Young 78M. 112 in your program is a scratch. 111 is an entry for Dalton Doran, RF Cream Soda 456. The Pee Wee Yearling Heifers. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, there are several programs available up here at the announcer stand if anyone would like a program. In the inside cover of the program, it recognizes the 2025 sponsors of the AJAA show, and I would like to just share with you a few of them. The platinum sponsor, Alberta Angus. The gold sponsors, Murray Ranches, Brandel Fabrication, Davis Raritan, Rio Grande Angus, Sundown Livestock Transplants. The judging sponsor had a great judging day to kick off the show on Sunday evening out at DMM. Thank you to the Miller and Wilson families for that. Banner sponsor is Compass Creative. Thank you to our buckle sponsors. They include Lewis Farms, Cudlow Angus, Terron Farms, Redrich Farms, Peterson Livestock, Belvin Angus, Borison Marketing Services, Lazy MC Cattle Company, OBI, Optimal Bovines Inc., Fleming Stock Farm, and Diamond Tea Cattle Company. So thank you to all of those sponsors. And now comments on our Pee Wee Yearling Heifers, Judge Buba.
Well, I think this bred heifer class for sure, there's one that easily comes to the top. I mean, you can't deny everything about this heifer that's going to win the class. From nose to tail, I don't think there's too much you would change on that heifer at this stage of the game. I mean, sure, you'd maybe lean her down a bit, but I bet she's doing a lot of that, gaining that weight just on the fresh air we have out here anyway. So again, to me, clear winner. That heifer wins it pretty easily here today. I think our biggest matchup here is between second and third, and I think I'm going to use the red heifer day again. Just I think she's a little stretchier than our third place heifer. I like again how she ties out of that front end. She's just a little smoother in all her transitions. Just a really nice, easy doing heifer out here that's kind of fault free. She doesn't hit you hard in any way. She's just a really nice, easy heifer to look at. Our third place heifer, again, I think in terms of mass and volume, this heifer would probably beat our second place heifer. But I would like to make this heifer a little bit bigger, just in her size, to compete with the red heifer. Again, got a lot of things going right for this heifer. For me, she just needs to be a little bit bigger. Our 4th place heifer on the end, I mean, nice, quiet, doing an excellent job for the showman. I mean, there's nothing better than a heifer chewing her cud when there's a little person on that halter. For me, she just gets a little lazier topped out here. She's, wanting to put a little bit fat in places that maybe aren't as ideal at this stage of the game. But again, really nice sound, functional heifer. Just needs a little bit more of her to compete with these 3 above her. But really nice class again from top to bottom.
First place in class was entry 111 for Dalton Doran, RF Cream Soda, 456. Second in class goes to Elena McGowan with Red McGowan Miss Young, 78M. 115 was third for Madeline Clough, and fourth in class 110, the entry for Mallory Clough. We now welcome in Class 6, the Pee Wee 2-year-old cows with natural calf at side. 107 is the entry for Jameson and Nash Hunker. DMM Blackbird 39L and her calf DMM Blackbird 142N at side. Followed by entry 114 for Colt Jacobs. DMM Blackbird 24L with her calf DMM Missouri River 8N at side. The Pee Wee 2-year-olds. Comments on this Pee Wee 2-year-old class? Judge Buba.
Well, we'll leave these pairs just how they come in. And again, I think, we always talk about when we're breeding cattle, they need, the next generation always needs to be better than the last. And I think, that is the case on everything, except when we get to these 2-year-olds. I mean, this is the hardest year of production on these cows. Again, we've bred them so that they calve nice, can breed back good. So again, I think, we can give up a little on that calf in front of them, because essentially they should now have their whole life of production and be able to do all the things you want them to do. And specifically, that's why we're going to use the cow in first. Again, I think in terms of cow, this one wins it really quite handily. I mean, you just love that middle third. She's so soft there. She comes out of her chest floor a little nicer than her second place cow. Just a easy doing sound, big bone type cow that, it's really hard to pick a hole in her. Now, again, you would probably take the bull calf over the heifer calf in front of her, but we got a little bit of an age spread here. And again, that's a pretty nice little heifer calf. She's done her job. Mama's working hard, and just a really nice pair. Again, like I said, you've got the whole lifetime to breed that cow how you want her and to get a bull calf like our second place cow out of her first place cow. But I think for this year production on these first calvers, this is just fine, dandy. She's done her job. Now again, our second place cow would win it on that bull calf in front of her. I mean, that bull calf's about the size of that cow already. But again, when you analyze a cow, you'd like to make her a little softer and nicer when she transitions out of that chest floor, just not make her so straight there. Again, just really nice. She's probably got a little bit more of a feminine and a little more style than our first place cow. But again, just for those few reasons, we're going to go with the cow with the heifer calf in front of her to win over the cow with the bull calf.
So the first place 2-year-old pair, the entry for Jameson and Nash Hunker, DMM Blackbird 39L. And the reserve champion 2-year-old goes to Colt Jacobs with DMM Blackbird 24L. That brings us now to our Grand Champion Pee Wee Drive. We welcome to the ring our Pee Wee Champion Drive, and in our Heifer Calf division, our champion Pee Wee Heifer Calf was entry 118 for Kiefer Morrison, Brooking Rose 5077. The reserve champion Heifer Calf was entry 201 for Arrow Wilson, DMM 7N. From the bull class, our champion Pee Wee Bull Calf was 114, the entry for Colt Jacobs, DMM Missouri River 8N. And of course, he is at side of the 2-year-old. The reserve champion bull calf was 116, the entry for Wynn Henderson. LLB profile 126N. From the yearling heifer division, our champion there was entry 111 for Dalton Doran, RF Cream Soda, Force 56. The reserve champion Pee Wee yearling heifer was 108 for Elena McGowan, Red McGowan Miss Young, 78M. And our champion 2-year-old was the entry for Jameson and Nash Hunker, DMM Blackbird 39L, with her calf DMM Blackbird 142N at side. The reserve champion 2-year-old pair, the entry for Colt Jacobs, DMM Blackbird 24L, with her calf DMM Missouri River 8N at side. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have comments on the Pee Wee Champion Drive.
Well, a pretty incredible championship drive here. Our Pee Wees have brought us for sure all the way from the pairs to the calves. Again, I think pretty neat that these guys have brought these cattle out here, and I know they've obviously had lots of help from either mom or dad or older siblings at home to get this done. And I mean, it's just incredible when you see these cattle out here so happy with these little guys in front of them. You can definitely tell it's not the first time these cattle have seen these kids. You know, I think there's 3 for sure in contention for this deal, and those are the 3 females that came out of their respective divisions as champions. And you know, again, I think it just in terms of the heifer calf all the way down to the 2-year-old, I mean, you know, there's just so much to love in all these females that are out here. But with that, let's give these guys a round of applause. I'll go get you a champion.
Grand Champion Pee Wee, the 2-year-old entry for Jameson and Nash Hunker, DMM Blackbird 39L. And your reserve Grand Champion Pee Wee, the yearling heifer entry for Dalton Doran, RF Cream Soda 456. We'll ask that those champions go over to the banner and the backdrop for some photos. Ty Dietrich from Ag Plus Design is here today to capture some backdrop photos. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now move into the commercial division of our show, and we start off with our commercial heifer calves. And we have more than one split, but in the first split here of commercial heifer calves, we welcome in 4 entries. 158, the entry for London Matthews, Riverstone Armandi. 179 is the entry for Kate Albrecht, Red Alcatraz NASA 1N. 183 is the entry for Reese Wildman, Red Toa Waskanu C1N. 154, the entry for Joss Pittman, Red Arrow Puppy Snugs 26N. Our first split of commercial heifer calves. And now comments on this first split of commercial heifer calves, Judge Buba.
Well, as we start our commercial division here, again, I think a class with lots of variety and types and kinds and a big age spread. We got a March, a February, and then 2 Januaries in this class. So I think, again, you got to take all those things into consideration when you're out here with these cattle. We're going to start with the black heifer just for the things she brings to the table. I think she just plays the most cards, plays them the best. Yeah, just kind of the smoothest, nicest heifer out here and just brings a little bit more to the table for me than the 3 standing below her. Our second place heifer, again, I think you could probably flip-flop between second and third quite easily and be able to distinguish why you did that. For me, I'm just going to go with the softer heifer today. I think in terms of that middle third, she puts it together a little nicer than our 2 on the bottom, a little more extended through that front end. For sure, it doesn't have the bone mass or width as the 2 below her, but again, just in terms of how she's come together here today, I think she fits pretty nice in that second hole behind the black heifer. For sure, a third place heifer, again, just catches you right off the bat. I mean, I think this one's probably easily the hairiest heifer in the class. She's fit up and dolled up, all nice and fancy here today. For me, she's just maybe not moving as nice off those back wheels as she could be. She's just not as flexible in that pasture and hawk area as she could be for as much bone in that as she's carrying. But again, really cool looking heifer, has all the pieces, just need to switch that a little bit on her to compete with those 2 above her. Again, our 4th place heifer really types with our 3rd place heifer. And again, I think just in terms of her being a January heifer calf, I just need her to be bigger. For me today, again, like I said earlier in our classes, she might have been bred to just be a little bit more calvy knees and a little smaller framed, which is fine. That's great. If that's how she's fitting into your program, she's an excellent heifer and has done that well. Just for me today, she needs to be a little bit more heifer for her age to compete with those 3 above her.
So first place in class goes to London Matthews with Riverstone Armani. Second in class is Reese Wildman with Red Toa Toph C1N. Third in class was entry 154 for Joss Pittman. Fourth in class was 179 Kate Albrecht. And that brings us now, we welcome to the ring our second of 2 splits of commercial heifer calves. In this second split, 5 entries. 119, the entry for Carter Kamala, Carmen. 150 is the entry for Trig Peterson and Missy. 113, the entry for Callan Gartner, Diamond T Miss, 2506. 157 is an entry for Abby Rancier, RF Beauty, 525. 143, Hawken Mater with Mater Sheila, 9N. The second and final split of commercial heifer calves. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have comments on this second split of commercial heifer calves. Judge Jordy Buva.
Well, as we move into our second split again, we got an 11-day age spread here, so I really think, in terms of judging them on today, you're really comparing apple to apples as far as an age spread on them. I think the heifer that's going to win the class, again, to me, she just hits you the hardest. She gives you a really cool look. She comes at you so nicely and refined in all the right places, yet she's still bold, sprung through her middle third and sound enough, and it's just really nice heifer to start this class off. Our second place heifer, again, I think follows our first place heifer, just the easiest in terms of the way she's built, the way she handles herself on the move. You'd clean her up a little bit maybe to have her compete a little bit more with that heifer above her, but again, I think two really nice heifers that come to the top of this class quite handily. Now, our third place heifer for sure is going to be our big, bold, sprung heifer. And again, you love this heifer for this. This heifer is so deep. She's got so much mass and muscle to her. Again, for me on the move, she just doesn't want to come out of that spine from her shoulder as nice as she could. She gets just a little tight there, and that restricts her movement a little bit when you get her on the move. But again, really nice heifer just to sit there in the third hole today. Now again, our fourth place heifer, again, you love the style and look to this heifer. She's kind of got it all going on in that aspect on how she comes out of that shoulder and ties in real nice there. Now, for me, this heifer doesn't want to move again very nice on her spine on the move. Again, she wants to roach and tighten up in that middle portion of her back. So for me, that's what's going to put her in fourth today. Again, she's maybe a little fuller in her middle third, which I don't know if that's causing that or if that's just how she is naturally, but unfortunately I just get the 5 minutes with them in the ring, so I don't know what's going on prior there. But again, really nice heifer to sit there in fourth hole. Now again, our heifer that's going to round out the class, you can't really fault this heifer on anything, and we really appreciate her for that. She's just so nice made, just so level in all her lines, got a really cool look to her. We just need more of this heifer. We need more in every aspect of her, more from the ground up, extend her a little bit more, just again to compete with these heifers that are the same age as her today. But again, really nice class of heifers, really strong start on that class.
Thank you, Jordy. We had a quick announcer change as Bill had to run for a minute. So thank you very much, Jordy, on that set of heifers. Moving off in first place was Abby Rancier with RF Beauty 525. Second in class, Mater Sheila 9N for Hawk and Mater. Third in class was Carmen from Carter Camelot. Fourth in class was the entry from Trig Peterson with Missy. And rounding off the class was Callan Gardner, Diamond T Miss, 2506. As we keep moving on now, we are going to bring our top two in from those last two classes. Entering the ring first will be the entry from London Matthews, the March heifer Riverstone Armani. And then second in that class was Reese Wildman with Red Toa Toff, C1N. And the entries that were just in from our second heat, first in Abby Rancier, RF Beauty 525, and then second in that competitive class was Mater Sheila 9N, the entry from Hawken Mater. This will be your champion commercial heifer calf.
Well, as we get into this division and we got our four top heifers rounded up here, I don't think for me it's any question on who you're going to use in this class. I think for sure our two older heifers easily hands down win the division for sure. Again, nothing to our younger place heifers. We've just got a little bit more age and size in proportion to the two older heifers. So our two January heifers will win the division.
Absolutely. Put your hands together for the two senior heifers of that class. Champion commercial heifer calf RF Beauty 525 from Abby Rancier, and reserve was the entry from Hawken Mater, the 1st of January heifer Mater Sheila 9N. Congratulations to those two kids. And the balance of the heifer calves that are just walking out We will bring in the bull and steer calf class in next with 4 entries in the class. As our first entry walks in for the 2025 Bull and Steer Calf class, we've got Diamond S, Wicked Move, leading off in first. And then entry 181, Fairland Sold Out. 1N is second in, the entry from Lily Howell. Entry 125 is third in the ring, Norman from Nash Sorensen. And then rounding off the class, the entry from Peyton Hagel, PJH Espresso 42N. Just one class of these bull and steer calf entries for your commercial show. So the first and second will obviously be your champion out of this division.
Well, we got a little less than a month spread on these bull and steer calves in our class in front of us here now. And again, I think I'm going to start with the big guy that just puts the most on the table. I mean, he's so masculine and that right now and has so much herd bull character already to him. I think you really got to appreciate that and how he handles himself. He's sound enough on the move, and when he gets out there, he likes still doing his thing. So really impressive class there, calf to start the class. Our second place calf, again, I think you like how refined and tidy and neat this calf is. He just doesn't have as much mass and muscle and bone as you get analyzing him to our first place calf. Again, a little over 2 week spread on these two calves here in first and second. So, he's coming. He's got all the pieces to get there. He just isn't there yet for today's race. Our third place steer, again, we've seen this calf earlier in the day, a really long spine calf, lots of natural muscling and doability to him. He's just not as soft made as these two above him. And again, you get that a little bit. This is only calf in the class that's castrated already. So, that changes the race a little bit for him in competing to those big two above him. Our little guy that's going to round out the class, again, just a little smaller for his age for me on how I'm going to analyze him today. But he does have all the right pieces. Again, he likes tying himself high out of that shoulder. He's sound enough on the move. He's got enough herd bull characteristic. We just need a little bit more of that guy to compete with those big guys in front of him.
Thank you, Jordan. First in class, entry 181, Fairland Sold Out 1N, the entry from Lily Howell. Second in class was Peyton Hagel with PJH Espresso 42N. Third in class was Norman, the entry from Nash Sorensen. And then rounding off the class in fourth, Diamond S Wicked Move from Gina Sobkow in that class of bull and steer calf entries. Next, we will move into our first split of yearling heifers. first of 2 splits for Judge Booba. There will be 5 heifers in the class. Leading off, coming into the pole position is Sienna Borison with Dixie Erica, entry 191. Second in is 141 Redline Riptide 300M from Joni Page. Third in is Fairland Pandora 3M, the entry from Lily Howell. 146 will be next, Riverfront Birdie 59M, the entry from Dryden Robertson. Concluding, making their way around, is Reed Howell's entry 156 Fairland Essence 10M. 5 young heifers in your class, Judge Booba. Comments from Judge Booba?
Well, again, I think when you analyze this class with an end of August in here and then getting to the girls that are getting closer to 2 opposed to 1, I mean, you've got to look at all the pieces and what they bring as individuals to the table. And I think our August heifer for sure does that the best. I mean, she's just the tidiest made. She just brings everything to the table. She's probably the soundest in the class too, which is really what's going to have her win this class. Again, just a real nice heifer to start this class. Now, I think, again, you could flip-flop 2 and 3rd. I'm going to go with this black heifer in second again, just in terms of movement. I think she's just a little softer, nicer in the move. Now, granted, our 3rd place heifer is way more middle, so that's probably restricting her. She wants to get a little outside herself on the move, and that big old belly's probably just getting in the way there a little bit for her to transition nicely enough on the move. But again, I think our heifer in second's really nice. I mean, just a nice, solid, clean type heifer that just really fits nice here in the 2nd place hole. Yeah, so when we talk about our third place heifer again, I think you just love the mass and doability on this heifer again. She's probably pushing the limits on condition for out here today, but I'm sure she's probably done that pretty much all by herself, you know, just the type and the way she's built. Again, just like I said earlier, the movement's what's going to restrict her from pulling in that second hole here for me today. Now again, a really nice heifer that you love to look at when we come to our baldy-faced heifer again. She just strikes you with so much style and prettiness when she gets out here. You know, she's nice enough on the move and she's sound enough and she's got all the right pieces. Again, where we're going to be really critical on her is that udder coming in. We just need a little more space in there in between these teats for this stage of the game. But again, I can't predict the future either on how she might have the best udder out of the class when we get down to it. But just for today, on how we're going to pick her apart, that's where she gets it. Again, a really nice, just honest, come at you heifer rounds out the class. Again, a hard heifer to kind of pick a hole in. She just doesn't have all the bells and whistles as these four above her, and for that, that's just kind of where she has to sit. But again, just a really nice heifer to round out the class. She just got stuck with some pretty nice ones in front of her, so nice class.
Put your hands together again for a really nice set of 5 heifers. Leading off in first, entry 191, the entry from Sienna Borison with Dixie Erica. Second in class was Riverfront Birdie, 59M, entry 146 for Dryden Robertson. Third in class, entry 156, Fairland Essence, 10M, the female from Reed Howell. Fourth in class, Sister Lily Howell with 181, Fairland Pandora, 3M. Rounding off the class, entry 141, Redline Riptide, 300M, the entry from Joni Page. We will bring in our next set, split 2 of commercial heifers right away. First in is Nash Sorensen with Matilda. Second in is entry 124, Verdina, 193M from Piper May. Entry 174 is next. The third heifer in, RF Scream, 4126, the entry from Cade Rancier. Entry 172 is fourth in class, CD Linda, 4200, the entry from Darren Walker. Olive is fifth in the ring with 130, the entry from Riley Camlaw. And concluding the class is Dallas Sailor, PLC Ruby, 421M, entry 148. 6 heifers in your class, Judge Buba. With the quality of heifers in the class, it also makes us take a moment to thank the quality of sponsors that we have here for the Alberta Junior Angus Show, starting with our platinum sponsors, the great folks at Alberta Angus Association. If you see any board members around here today, make sure you shake their hands. The platinum sponsor for 2025, Alberta Angus Association. Gold sponsors. Some absolutely great folks that we have here today, the wonderful people at Murray Ranches. Obviously, all of the amazing work the great folks at Brandel Fabrication do for us. I don't know if Adam's here, but Adam from Davis Raritan is another gold sponsor of the great folks we have here today, Rio Grande Angus. And the final one will be Sundown Livestock Transplants. So if you see any of those good folks kicking around, make sure you thank them, our platinum and gold sponsors, all the great work that they do to put this event on. We sure appreciate all of your guys' efforts.
For me, maybe a little bigger spread as we get looking at this class from top to bottom. But again, I think you still find some really functional heifers down there on the end. We're going to go with the two baldy snip-faced heifers to win the class. Again, I think just in terms of what they throw at you, they throw the most cards in the pile. They do it most correctly. Just really hard to fault these heifers. We're going to pick the more blaze face heifer, I guess, over the snip nose heifer. Just I think in terms of how she flows out of that shoulder, I like her how she has a little more swoop in that top line. She's a little fuller in that belly than our second place heifer. Just carries herself a little nicer than our second place heifer, and you know that neck extension helps her for sure to give you that look all the time. Again, two really nice heifers to start that class. Our third place heifer, again, I just really like this heifer. I think she's just an easy do-in, nice type heifer that doesn't hit you in any of the wrong reasons. She, again, just doesn't have that nice extended front end as these two do above her. But again, length of spine, doability, this heifer's got her beat for sure. Our fourth place heifer, again, comes at you as one of the biggest framed heifers in the class, and you really do like that about her. I mean, she carries herself so nicely. She's so big and massive, but when you get looking at her in comparison to the ones above her, she just doesn't have as much depth of body, as much middle third as the three above her. But again, just a really nice heifer to sit there in fourth. Now our fifth and sixth place heifers, again, they just kind of pair pretty nice here at the end. Again, nice heifers, got a lot of things going for them. I've done these juniors well. We just need to change a little bit of movement on these heifers and pretty these heifers up a little bit to compete with those four above them. But again, really nice class all the way to the bottom.
It absolutely was. Everybody, please put your hands together for split two of our commercial bred heifers. Leading off in first, entry 172, CD Linda, 4,200, the entry from Darren Walker. Second in that competitive class, entry 174, RF Scream, 4126 from Cade Rancier. Third in class was entry 130, Olive from Riley Camlaw. Fourth in class, entry 148, PLC Ruby, 421M from Dallas Sailor. Fifth in class, entry 125, Matilda from Nash Sorensen. And rounding off that competitive six females was entry 124, Viridina, 193M, the entry from Piper May. We will bring those top two heifers back in from each of the last two splits. From our young set of heifers, entry 191 will be first in. Again, the entry from Sienna Boris and Dixie Erica. And second in that class was Dryden Robertson's female, entry 146, Riverfront Birdie, 59M. And then again, the two females from the, we'll call it the senior split of those two heifers. 172, CD Linda, 4,200, the entry from Darren Walker, and entry 174, RF Scream, 4126 from Cade Rancier. This will be your champion commercial heifer.
Four heifers, again, come quite easily for me out here. And again, I think you really love this champion division just on the basis of these heifers and how they've put together and how they're made and how easily they carry themselves at this stage of the game. And I think just four heifers that are really going to go out and do things for these young exhibitors, not only this year, but hopefully when they lay down in calf for sure next year as well. I think for me, it's easy. There's 2 out here that win this division quite handily, and we'll go with your 2 senior heifers to win the division.
Thank you, Jordy. Everybody put your hands together for the 2 heifers from Split 2. Your champion commercial yearling heifer, entry 172, CD Linda, 4,200 from Darren Walker, and your reserve champion yearling heifer, 174, RF Scream, 4126, the entry from Cade Rancier. We will move now to our 2-year-old division. 2 splits of 2-year-old females. We have 3 entries in this class. Starting our first split of 2-year-old cow-calf pairs is entry 173, Fairland Barbie 36L, the entry from Sadie Howell, with her bull calf Fairland sold out 1N. Second in the class is entry 145, NLF Baby Jane 305L, the entry from Genos Obcow with her calf Blue. And entry 125, Bessie, with the calf Norman, the entry from Nash Sorensen. We have some other sponsors that we would love to highlight this morning as we keep going along. Our judging sponsor are the great folks at DMM. Miller Wilson, the family hosts that event every year for the last number of years and allow us all to head out to their beautiful picturesque ranch just west of town. So we appreciate all the work that Lee and Dawn and the family, the huge family, and all the grandkids do, allowing us to come out to that beautiful place. So if you see any of those folks kicking around today, give them a pat on the back or the shake of a hand, and we sure appreciate them being our judging sponsor. The banner sponsor this year is Compass Creative. Maddie LaFrance, we always appreciate all of her great creativity. So thank you very much, Maddie, being the banner sponsor for the 2025 Alberta Junior Angus event.
Well, another class probably, the majority of you would have had it one way and the majority of us have it this way. So again, my day, so we're going to do it this way. Again, I think just in terms of pairs, when we talk about 2-year-olds, like I said in the Pee Wee class, I mean, we got to give a little more credit to mom probably in this side of the game on these 2-year-olds than that calf standing in front of them. Again, I get it. There's nothing more incredible than a 2-year-old having a big, old, stout calf in front of them. I get it. It's cool. But again, we like I said earlier, we have that cow's whole production life to get that calf in front of them again. And I do get it. But today, for me, we're going to do the cow that I think I like the most. Again, this cow in front's just a little bit more frined in her front end. She's just a little nicer made when you get looking at her. She's just a prettier, more petite cow. Now again, we're going to take that second place calf over our first place calf any day. But again, that's a nice enough calf in front of that 2-year-old. She's done a good job. He's here. And like I said, we got a whole lifetime to breed that cow to get a little better calf in front of her. Now again, our second place pair, again, you love this pair for how rugged she is. She's massive. And again, mom's thrown that all into that bull calf in front of her. Now I would like to refine her a little bit when you get talking about that. Just again, in terms of that front end, clean up that chest for a little bit in her. And again, I think, when you're talking about 2-year-olds, for me, is this either going to last a lifetime? I'm not 100% sure, but look at the way she's milking, and that's proof in front of that calf. So again, little give and take in it all. We're just going to go with the prettier cow in front, the cow I like a little better. But again, 2 really strong pairs to start this class. Again, our cow that's going to round out the class, if this is not a cookie cutter pair, I don't know what is. Just nice, long stream type 2. We just need to give them a little more softness in that middle third. Just extend them throughout that middle third. Give them a little more natural muscle to compete with these 2 pairs above them. But again, cow that's brought a big calf to the table and has done a good job in her first year.
Thank you, Judge Buba. Moving off, first in class was entry 145, NLF Baby Jane 305L, and Calf Blue, the entry from Genos Obcow, that will come back for our champion 2-year-old after the next split. Second in class was entry 173, Fairland Barbie 36L, with Bull Calf Fairland sold out 1N. The entry from Sadie Howell, and rounding off the class in third was entry 125, Bessie, and calf Norman from Nash Sorensen. We're going to be bringing in right away our second class of commercial 2-year-olds, the older females in this division. 152 is the first entry in, PJH Miss Mocha 42L and calf PJH Espresso 42N, the entry from Peyton Hagel. Second coming in the ring is 137, the entry from Hayden Camlaw. The cow is Hazel with her heifer calf Peanut. Hayden Camlaw's entry. And third coming in the ring, I guess, is 162 Mater Sugar 49L and calf Mater Mr. Chow 32N, the entry from Stella Mater. Three gorgeous pairs in our second split of 2-year-old cow-calf pairs in our commercial division. With only 2 more classes, let's make sure that all of our commercial champions are up here, ready for the commercial champion overall entry. Sponsored by the great folks, our grand champion commercial female buckle sponsor will be Redrich Farms. Our reserve commercial female buckle sponsor is Mark and the great folks at OBI Sales Management. Mark over on the east side of the ring, if you guys see both of those families. And while we're doing that, let's also highlight some more of our great buckle sponsors throughout the day. On the back of your show program, actually just inside the front cover, is some of the amazing folks, and it's a wonderful long list of great breeders. The folks at Lewis Farms are a buckle sponsor. Cudlobe Angus. Terron Farms, the Adams family. The Dietrich family from Redrich Farms. The awesome folks over at Peterson Livestock are another one of our buckle sponsors. Belvin Angus. The Hamilton crew down there at Bowden the hardworking Boris and Marketing Services team, Scott and Rebecca and their crew, buckle sponsors. We talked already about OBI, Mark and his team from Optimal Bovines. Clint and crew down there at Lazy MC. Fleming Stock Farms and the folks from Diamond Tea Land and Livestock. With that, Judge Jordy has her class placed and will give her evaluations for split 2 of 2-year-old commercial cow-calf pairs.
Well, probably one of our tightest racing class here as we look at these 3 females with these calves in front of them. Again, I think the Baldy cow for me just comes to the top the easiest. I mean, you just love how refined and elegant this cow is still looking. You know, she's massive enough when you get analyzing her in that middle and rear third. She's got a nice enough udder on her. I mean, you'd probably take those front teats up just a nickel, but again, that's being pretty picky on a pretty nice cow. She brings you a really nice bull calf in front of her. Again, just kind of a fault-free guy there standing in front of her and doing a good job standing in front of mom. Our second place pair, again, I think this is a really neat pair, and again, you love the job that this cow's doing on that heifer calf. Again, she's for surely outbred herself with this heifer in front of her. You know, just a really nice, cool heifer calf that throws a lot to the table. Now when we look at mom, again, you know, she's just so nice and neat, and you'd refine her a little in that front and give her a little bit more of an elegant look to beat this cow above her, and again, probably refine those teat size underneath her. But again, you love the shape of her udder. We just need to fix those teats just a nickel. Our third place cow, again, we go back to a nice refined cow. I mean, this cow is a little lighter bone than her 2 above her, but she's so pretty and nice to look at. Yeah, she does get a little lazy the odd time when she wants to hold that top, but I think, you know, a little bit of that is just how much she has in that middle third. Doing a really nice job on that bull calf again in front of her. We just need to maybe square her up on those feet a little bit, have her stand a little sharper on them, but again, 3 really nice cows with 3 really nice calves in front of them.
Absolutely. What a tremendous class Jordy had to evaluate. First in class, entry 162, the entry from Stella and Hawken Mater with Mater Sugar 49L, calf at side, Mater Mr. Chow 32N. Second in class, entry 137, Hazel, the entry from Hayden Kamlaw with the heifer calf at side. And rounding off that competitive class, entry 152, PJH Miss Mocha 42N with calf PJH Espresso 42N, the entry from Peyton Hagel. We will bring both of the top 2 pairs back in from each of the last 2 classes for our champion 2-year-old cow-calf pair. And leading off that group of 4 will be first in from the first class, entry 145, NLF Baby Jane 305L. The entry, the young March cow from Gina Saab cow, was first in that class. Second in that class was entry 173, or was second, entry 173, Fairland Barbie 36L. With bull calf Fairland sold out 1N, the entry from Sadie Howell. In our most recent class, we have first in entry 162, Mater Sugar 49L, and her bull calf Mater Mr. Chow 32N, the entry from Stella Mater. And rounding off those 4 was second in that second split, entry 137, Hazel, the entry from Hayden Kamlaw. These will be your females vying for your champion 2-year-old. And moving on right shortly to our champion commercial female.
Well, we got 4 pretty impressive pairs again here as we get into our commercial 2-year-old division, and I think, as purebred producers, this is really what we're striving for. We're creating cattle for the commercial producer. So I mean, this class is as important as any out here today when a commercial producer can go out and raise females like this with calves standing in front of them. I mean, it's a testament to the purebred breeds, no matter how what the combination of these cattle is in their background. So again, I think 4 really neat pairs out here for me. It comes to the 2 that won their classes, and I think between those 2, again, you could split hairs on how you want to go, and we're going to go with the Baldy pair to win the division, and then we'll use our pair out of the first class to be reserve.
Absolutely. Put your hands together for those members. Your champion 2-year-old will be the entry from Stella and Hawken Mater, entry 162, Mater Sugar 49L, with bull calf Mater Mr. Chow 32N. And your reserve 2-year-old will be entry 145 from class 1 NLF Baby Jane 305L, and calf Blue from Gina Sob Cow. Those will be your 2 champion 2-year-olds. Moving to the champion commercial female here right shortly after the class of mature cows. As we get caught up, here is our lone entry in our mature cow-calf class in our commercial division, entry 179, the entry from Kate Albrecht, with comments Judge Booba.
Again, a really nice red pair coming here at us as a single entry. Again, I think, when you analyze all the pieces this cow brings to the table, she's just really nice, sound type cow, kind of mellow made, and just really nice. She's raising a really strapping heifer calf there behind her, and a little too bad, of course, always that you're a sole entry in the class, but a really nice pair to do it.
Absolutely, Jordy. Champion mature commercial cow-calf pair is entry 179, Red Loron Blackbird 15K, with calf Red Alcatraz NASA 1N, the great entry from Kate Albrecht. And now, as she exits the ring, we will gather up our champions from all of our divisions to bring in for our overall commercial female championship. The 5 divisions will be vying for the beautiful trophy buckles. Champion commercial female will receive the buckle from the great folks at Redrich Farms, the Dietrich family. And your reserve champion commercial female will receive the buckle from Mark and the team at OBI Sales Management. If we could, Mark, Mark's standing ringside, perfect. And a representative from the Dietrich family wanted to be here to present those beautiful buckles. And we will bring in our females. Here is 157, the heifer calf from Abby Rancier. RF Beauty 525 is our champion commercial heifer calf. Reserve is the entry from Hawken Mater, entry 143, Mater Sheila 9N for your reserve commercial heifer calf. Then we move to our bred heifer division. Our champion bred heifer is the entry from Darren Walker, the January female, entry 172, CD Linda 4200. And her reserve running mate Back number 174, RF Scream 4126. The entry from Cade Rancier. Next will be our 2-year-old champion females. That will be entry 162, was our grand champion 2-year-old, Mater Sugar, 49L with bull calf Mater, Mr. Chow, 32N, the entry from Stella Mater. Second in our 2-year-old division was Gina Saab Cows, entry 145, NLF Baby Jane, 305L, and Calf Blue. And then rounding off from our most recent mature division was entry 179, the entry from Kate Albrecht, Red Loron Blackbird, 15K, with calf Red Alcatraz NASA, 1N. And here are comments from Judge Booba on our commercial champion female.
Well, let's give these guys a round of applause. We had a pretty nice little commercial show here for start our day in the Angus show. Again, I think when you analyze these females, there's for sure some give and take on all of them as you get analyzing them as individuals. But, you know, I think based on it, like I said, in the 2-year-old class, I mean, as purebred producers, this is what we're striving for, is our commercial cattle to be just as good as our purebred cattle. And I truly attest that I think all these females are quite handily, no matter, like I said, the makeup of them. Obviously, for today, they should be a larger part Angus. But again, I think that's besides the point. As long as the females are good, it doesn't really matter. You know, I think there's 2 out here for me that have really strong contentions of winning this deal, and then the rest are I've all made it here quite handily as well. But I'll go give you a champion and then a reserve.
Your grand champion commercial female, entry 172, CD Linda, 4200. The entry from Darren Walker. And your reserve commercial female is entry 157. The wonderful heifer calf RF Beauty, 525. The entry from Abby Rancier. A tremendous commercial show. Okay, cool. I'm assuming we'll take a quick picture break for Jordy to head over there to the backdrop before we get into our open division. as we finish up at the picture backdrop with our champion commercial female just before we get started in our open division, keep highlighting a few of our incredible sponsors. Our silver level sponsors, there are 5 of them. The Northern Alberta Angus Club, ABP and the great folks at Alberta Beef Producers, the Pole family, Pole Land and Cattle, Barhart, J. Hart Angus, Arta Farms and Freeway Angus, the Davis Crew down there just south, and the wonderful people at Bashaw Meats and Sausage. Those are our silver sponsors. Just on the inside front cover of your 2025 booklet. We will start our open heifer calf classes with our young Januaries and early February heifers here momentarily. 5 entries in that class. Starting off our open division in our heifer calf classes, entry 134, Michael Richards with Crooked Creek Tibby 17N, the February heifer. Entry 159 is next, Terron Aeroline 68N from Sully Jenkins. Entry 102 is next, DMM Miss Essence 61N, the entry from Julius Wintereater. Entry 122, LLB Oakleaf, 341N from Macy Ference. And rounding off the 5 coming in is 168, Peterson Freya, 532N, the entry from Quinn Peterson. Your first split of 2 open heifer calf classes in our open division.
Well, as we start our open show here on the purebred side, again, I think 2 heifers that come to the top quite easily. I mean, I think you just love the eye appeal and look and style to this heifer that's going to win the class. She just hits you with so much dimension and mass and still being refined and ladylike, and just a really neat heifer to start the class. Now, again, I think our heifer in second easily follows her the easiest. She just doesn't have as much bone mass, and middle third is that heifer above her. But again, 2 really nice heifers that complement each other well to win this class. Our third place heifer, again, I think has style and neatness, and she just doesn't do it as nicely as these 2. She's just not as clean and tidy over that top line as the 2 in front of her. She's bold enough sprung. She's got enough natural muscling there. She just doesn't do all the things she needs to kind of do as nice as these 2 above her. Our fourth place heifer, again, I love the refinement in the front end of this heifer. She likes to hold that head so nice coming out of her shoulder. Where this heifer gets me is on her movement. For as big and massive middle she is and how wide top she is, when she hits the ground, she really wants to get narrow on the ground and in her movement. So just for those few things today, that's why that heifer is going to sit there in fourth. The heifer that rounds out the class, again, just a big, rugged type of female. She's just not as extended in that front end and as nice and ladylike as these 4 above her, but a really nice heifer that's maybe a soft middle as any and puts things together rightly, just not as nice and fancy as these 4 above her.
Moving off in first place of our young heifer calf division, entry 159. Teron Airline 68N, the entry from Sully Jenkins. Second in that class, entry 102, Julius Winterreader with DMM Miss Essence 61N. Third in class, entry 122, LLB Oakleaf 341N, the entry from Macy Ferentz. 168 was fourth in class, Peterson Freya 532N, the entry from Quinn Peterson. And fifth was entry 134, Crooked Creek Tibby, 17N, the entry from Michael Richards. We will move directly into split 2 of that heifer calf open division. Leading off the charge is 166, LLB Lavender Lady, 30N, the entry from Maddie Ferentz. Next in, another LLB heifer, 170, LLB Glenella, 4N, the entry from Dayton Wilson. And they bring another one, 153, LLB Elba, 487N, the entry from Kessler Watts. Entry 121 rounds off that group, Peterson Excalibur, 503N, the entry from Tell Peterson. As Judge Buba evaluates the second class, we have a long list of tremendous bronze sponsors on your inside front cover. Our bronze sponsors consist of Allison Farms, Bob and Rose Brandel, Doran Marketing, Geis Angus Farm, Golden Oak Livestock, Lucky 7 Cattle Company, LLB Angus. I see Laura sitting over there in the bleacher. Gets to watch all these LLB heifers right back to back. That's awesome. Matika Farms, MJT Cattle, Rancier Farms, Riverstone Cattle Company, Riverfront Angus, Scott Stock Farm, and Crestview Angus. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our bronze sponsors. An amazing set of folks that support these wonderful youth.
Well, probably for sure the toughest class of the day, just because I think there's give and take in all these heifers, and I don't know if there's one that totally comes to the top the easiest, which is great. I mean, that's the way it should be. We can't all breed cattle the same, and there is give and take when we breed cattle. So this is how it should be. I think for me, the heifer that's going to win the class just solely does it on when she's on the stance. I mean, this heifer just hits you with the hardest look. She's got the most middle third. Again, she's long enough spine. She maybe gets a little bigger shouldered when you get really looking at her. And on the move, she doesn't want to hold that top as nice as the few below her. But again, just for all the pieces she brings that are right, she probably does it the best. And for me, just comes to the top. Now, our second place heifer, again, I think in terms of what she's bringing to the table, she does it better than the two that are below her. I really like this heifer for how square-made she is. She's long-bodied. She comes and ties into that front end nice. She's not as big and powerful as our first place heifer, but again, I think the pieces are all there, and she just really, again, is a nice heifer that fits real easy and nice in that second place hole. Our third place heifer, again, probably hits you just in terms of she is the biggest. She's the biggest frame. She's the boldest in that middle third. She probably for sure has the most natural muscling when you look at her at all angles. For me, she just gets a little straighter in that front end, a little straighter on the backs when she gets on the move. And for that, she's just going to sit in this third hole. But again, I think she's got the pieces. We just need to free her up a little bit and straighten her out there in her movement situation. Now again, our heifer that rounds out the class, again, just a really nice type heifer. Unfortunately, she got in a class with three kind of bigger girls that do a few things better, but when you really analyze this heifer for what she is and what she's made of, she's got all the right pieces there. Again, you love her on the move, how she ties into that front end, she's nice over that top. For me, there just isn't enough of that heifer there. But again, really nice class from top to bottom, lots of different ways you could go.
Absolutely. Leading off in first place is 166. LLB Lavender Lady, 30N, the entry from Maddie Ference. And second in class, LLB Elba, 487N, entry 153, the entry from Kessler Watts. Third in that class was the entry from Dayton Wilson, 170, LLB Glenala, 4N. And rounding off that extremely competitive group was 121 Peterson Excalibur, 503N, the entry from Tell Peterson. We will bring those top two from each of the classes back in for our heifer calf champion, and leading that crew is Sully Jenkins with Terron Aeroline, 68N. Second in that class, DMM Miss Essence, 61N, Julius Winter Eater's heifer calf. And then the aforementioned females from the previous group. Again, 166 was first in that second heat. LLB Lavender Lady, 30N, the entry from Maddie Ference. And second was 153, LLB Elba, 487N, Kessler Watts' entry. These will be your females vying for your Champion Open heifer calf.
Again, a nice first division for sure here in our open show. For me, you know, two come to the top quite handily here, and I don't think you can split them up as we get to this division. So congratulations to our first our first class winners. We'll use those two as our division.
You betcha. Your champion open heifer calf, entry 159, Taron Airline 68N. The entry from Sully Jenkins is your champion open heifer calf, and reserve in that division will be the second heifer from that same class, entry 102, DMM Miss Essence 61N. The entry from Julius Wintereater, a tremendous set of open heifer calves. We will bring in a group of bull calves, a pair of them, next for our Class 17 2025 born open bull calves. Judge, there are 2 entries in this class. The first bull calf making his way in is Red CS. Mr. Watonka 1N, the entry from Shelton Grabler. The January bull calf, entry 169, and then entry 149 is LLB Profile 126N. The January bull calf coming from Luke Henderson.
Well, just 2 bull calves here in our open division, and again, I think we're just going to go with the bulls. There's just a couple days age spread here, so you know, just a bull that puts a little bit more on the table in terms of performance, herd bull characteristics, just that kind of thing. But again, I think both bulls serve their purpose, and obviously they're different colorations within the breed and what they're going to go out here and do in the future. 2 nice bull calves. Nice job, boys.
Absolutely, Jord. A great set of bull calves. Leading off in first place, LLB Profile 126N. The entry from Luke Henderson. And second in that class, the really nice Red Angus bull calf from Shelton Grabler. Entry 169, Red CS. Mr. Watonka 1N. A tremendous set of bull calves. Next, we will bring in our split one of our open heifers. Just two heifers in this class. And leading the way is entry 154, NFL Sunshine 417M. The entry from Joss Pittman. And joining her, entry 141, Red Line Shawnee 140M. Excuse me, the entry from Joni Page. 2 heifers in this division, in this class, sorry. Split 1, there will be 3 splits of bred heifers coming to us. For our folks sitting ringside, we have, let's say, 6 or so classes left, and then we will take, right after the open division is complete, we will take a half an hour lunch break. I see that they are just starting to serve lunch in the building. How is it, George? Thumbs up approved. The lunch today. Here are comments on our first split of bred heifers. Judge Booba.
Bred heifers in the open division. It's all things all together. Hey, bro. Anyway, again, a really neat class here with just the 2 females. We're going to start with the June female and first. Again, I think just her alignment and how she ties out of that front end, just so much eye appeal, length of body. She's still got enough natural muscling, and she just ties it all together in such a nice package while still being sound enough on the move. And just a really neat deal there to start the class. Our heifer in second, again, I think is no slouch either. When you look at her, she's long enough spine, she's big enough middled, has a nice udder starting to come in there. She's just not as pretty as our front place heifer, and with that, we'll leave them as they were coming in the class.
Thank you. First in that young class in this division. First place, entry 154, NFL Sunshine, 417M, the entry from Joss Pittman. And second was 141, Redline Shawnee, 140M, the entry from Joni Page. We will move to split 2 of our open bred yearling heifer class. 5 heifers in this split. Sorry, just 4. Entry 158 is a scratch, the leadoff heifer. So we will start with 142, Crooked Creek Lass 53M, the entry from Liam Richards. Cordell Morrison brings in our next heifer, Brooking Royal Lass 4207. Another Brooking heifer, 131 Brooking Beauty 4202, the entry from Gracie Borison. And 184 rounds off that group, Red Toa Bayberry 414M, the entry from Ryder. Oh, from Ryder Wildman? That looks like Reese showing it. You're stuck with the second string announcer, guys, this afternoon. Bill would know the answer to that, but we'll say Reese and Ryder co-sharing the entry there of that heifer. We'll get a little more competition out here for these breds as we have a class of 4. And again, I think,
quite handily, these two come to the top of the class. And I think, the heifer we're going to use the class just does everything right. I mean, she's so deep flank, she's so well natural muscled, she carries down way low into that rear lower third. Again, she's so nice on the move. She just transitions nice no matter how you look at her, when you look at her, or where she is. So again, I think just a really easy winner to come to the top of this class. Now our big heifer here standing in second, I mean, you love this heifer for how she carries that head. I mean, she likes to extend it. She's maybe not having the funnest time out here today, which, I mean, she really is alert and erect-headed. But, again, I think a heifer that in terms of depth of body, length of spine, she ties it all together. She does get a little softer top when you compare her to the heifer above her, and she wants to pinch just a little bit in her loin when she's on the move. But I think two heifers that are quite comparable to each other and sit here pretty nice here in first and second. Our third place heifer, again, I think is just kind of one of those meat and potato kind of heifers, as everybody likes to explain it. I mean, she's a little rougher around the edges. She comes at you with lots of mass and body length. She just doesn't do it as nice and ladylike as these two that are standing in front of her. A red heifer, again, I think a really long-spined heifer. She's nice enough in how she transitions to all those thirds. She maybe just gets a little straighter off all four corners when you get really analyzing her, but a really nice class of heifers for these young exhibitors from top to bottom.
It certainly was, Jord. The entry of 144, Brooking Royal Lass. The entry from Cordell Mortison was the first place heifer in that class. Second was 131, Brooking Beauty, 4204, the entry from Gracie Borison. Third in class, entry 142, Crooked Creek Lass 53M, the entry from Liam Richards. And the entry 184, Red Toa Bayberry, 414M, the entry from Reese Wildman. We will move right into split 3 of our open bred heifers. 6 entries in this class. Remember, folks, we are going to take a 30-minute lunch break immediately following this open division before we get into the owned, which is our largest division of the day. And leading off split 3 of our open bred heifers is the entry from Keegan Jacobson, entry 189, Youngdale Christina, 55M. Next, 132, Riverfront Annie K, 453M, Greeley Robertson's entry. Next, entry 134, Crooked Creek Dewdrop, 15M, the entry from Michael Richards. Entry 182 is next, Wilbar Sarita, 653M, the entry from Faith Collins. Next up, 192, Redrich First Lady, 87M, the entry from Lexi Dietrich. And 135, Red Arrow Foxrow, 11M, the entry from Wynn Pittman, rounds off that group. 6 heifers in your final split of bred females. On the inside front cover of your 2025 show program is a wonderful set of our sponsors for this year, the people that put on this show. At the bottom of that page are our prize sponsors, a long list of great people. Bar 17 Little Valley Angus, Brandel Cattle Company, Everblack Angus, Greenwood Livestock, Loron Red Angus, Local Lazy E-Bar Angus, TNF Red Angus, Towa Cattle Company, and Trailview Farm. If you could, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for that set of prize sponsors. It is their amazing generosity that puts events like these on.
Definitely, again, a lot of variety and types and kinds in this class, and as you get analyzing these heifers, I think the one that's going to win the class, again, she just brings the most to the table. We love how nice and refined this heifer is. She's got so much middle third, and she's just so soft and easy fleshing, and she carries it so well, and just really a lot of things to like about that heifer, and she just puts it in such a nice package. Our second place heifer is probably one of the longest spined heifers in the class, without a doubt, and maybe one of the ones we've seen all day. I mean, again, this heifer is so long body, which is probably giving you a little bit of a misconception that she's not deep enough. And I guess when you analyze the two, that's where you're going to pick her apart. You just like to make her a little softer in that middle third to compete with that heifer above her. But again, really nice made heifer, sound on the ground. She just needs a little bit more in that middle third to compete with that heifer above her. Our third place heifer, again, you love the look of this heifer. She loves holding that head high and showing herself off. Where we're going to fault this heifer a little bit is on the move. She doesn't want to carry her top as nice when she gets out there on the move, and she's just not as comfortable with herself. She kind of tiptoes around and just doesn't have the confidence in her movement to really give you that look and set that hoof down hard and really get out there and move. So we're going to discount her a little bit on the movement today, but we love the body and mass of this third place heifer. Now again, we go to a really nice fronted heifer. She's extended fronted. She's so level topped. I think when you analyze this red heifer in fourth, she just gets a little straight off that shoulder again for me. Again, the hard part with getting that nice erect head is sometimes you get a little straighter shouldered, so it's always a give and take. But when we compare her with the three above her, that's what we're going to falter on today. But again, a really nice sharp looking heifer there in third. In fourth. Our fifth place heifer, again, she just comes to the table, just such a nice, easy doing type heifer, long made. She's got enough natural muscle in there. You again, extend her in that front end, make her a little bit more ladylike to compete with the four above her. But again, just a real nice, easy heifer to sit there in fifth. Just got kind of out horsed by these four above her. Now, when we go to our heifer that's going to round out the class, again, this is your powerhouse heifer. And I mean, this heifer's got so much mass and muscle. She gets a little soggier there in her navel. You'd like to clean that up and, again, extend her in that front end. The other thing I'd like to change this heifer a little bit is just, that teat size for this stage of the game. And I do know that she's not hiding anything with it because, of course, she's the least haired one in the class as well. But, again, just for those few reasons, she's got to round out the class. But, again, I think a cow or a heifer that you'll see next year with a big old strap and bull calf on her, just with the way she's made.
What a tremendous set of females for the final split in our bred heifer division. First in class 182, Wilbar Sarita, 653M, the entry from Faith Collins. Second was Riverfront Annie K, 453M from Greeley Robertson. Third in that class was Youngdale Christina, 55M, the entry from Keegan Jacobson. Fourth, 192, Red Redrich First Lady, 87M from Lexi Dietrich. Fifth was Red Arrow Foxrow, 11M from Wynn Pittman. And 134 rounded off your class, Crooked Creek Dewdrop, 15M, the entry from Michael Richards. Now we will bring in the first two heifers from each of the last three splits. Starting that group off, 154 NFL Sunshine, 417M from Split 1, the entry from Joss Pittman. And 141 Red Line Shawnee, 140M from Joni Page, was second in that class in that first heat. From split 2, first, 144, Brooking Royal Lass, 42.07 from Cordell Morrison. Second was 131, Brooking Beauty, 42.02 from Gracie Borison. And finally, the females that just exited the ring and come back in from split 3. First in that class, 182, Wilbar Sarita, 653M, the entry from Faith Collins. And second in class, 132, Riverfront Annie K, 453M, excuse me, the entry from Greeley, Bob Robertson.
Well, it's always exciting as these divisions get bigger and you get more cattle back out here, as your first and seconds out of class. And I think, again, in this class, we got some really high quality heifers. For sure, the 3 standing in the first place holds are all in contention for winning this division, and you can justify each one being able to do it. And I think, that's great. I mean, there's nothing funner than judging a show that's really hard to judge because the cattle are so tight in their races and as competitive as these cattle out here are today. So I'll go and select you a champion in reserve so we don't have any mistakes on the mic here.
Your champion heifer from the open division was the entry from Cordell Morrison, 144 Brooking Royal Lass, 42.07. And your reserve comes from split 3, 182 Wilbar Sarita, 653M, Faith Collins. Congratulations to those 2 and the other 4, the balance of that class. What an amazing division for Judge Buba in the open division for our bred heifer classes, with only 2 single entry classes for our cow-calf pairs. We will take a lunch break quite shortly after the open division females are declared. Head on inside to the cafe where there is lunch provided for all of our spectators and especially our youth inside. We will take that 30-minute lunch break and do our open pictures at the end. We have a single entry 2-year-old cow-calf pair coming in. The entry from Liam Richards as he's making his way up here, I see. Entry 142 is the lone entry in this class. Crooked Creek Tibby, 90L, with heifer calf at side. Crooked Creek Tibby, 17N. The young 2-year-old cow entry from the Richards boys. Liam at the halter of the cow. And her February heifer calf. even the announcer can get the placing right on this one with your comments. Judge Buba.
A really nice pair here in our 2-year-old division. Again, I think a cow that has just a beautiful, nice udder on her, is doing a whale of a job on a February heifer calf behind her. And again, I think just has all the right pieces there. You just need a little more competition for these boys, but good job, you guys.
Absolutely. Moving off in first place is Crooked Creek Tibby 90L and her heifer calf Crooked Creek Tibby 17N. The Richards boys proud of their first place cow leading out, and we will move right into our mature female, and we'll make sure that all of our open heifer calf bred and 2-year-old females are close, because we'll move right into our champion open female. Here is your mature cow, the entry from Shelton Grabler, 169 is the entry. Red 6 Mile Miss Minerva, 667J. And her bull calf, Red CS, Mr. Watonka, 1N.
Pretty nice 4-year-old cow here in our mature division. And again, I think when you have an udder like that on a cow at this stage of the game, you know she's going to last forever. I mean, a beautiful uddered cow, big old strapping bull calf behind her. You can't get much better than that. So congrats, you guys, and we'll see you back in the championship drive.
A great mature entry. Red 6 Mile Miss Minerva, 667J and her bull calf. The great entry from Shelton Grabler is your mature champion female. And we will move right into our champion class, and we will bring those heifer calves back in. Of which your champion heifer calf was 159. Terron Airline 68N, the entry from Sully Jenkins. Reserve heifer calf was 102. DMM Miss Essence 61N, the entry from Julius Wintereater. And your bred heifers were next in. Your champion bred heifer was the entry from Cordell Morrison. 144, Brooking Royal Lass, 4207. And reserve in that hotly contested bred heifer division of this open section was 182, Wilbar Sarita, 653M. The entry from Faith Collins. Then we moved to the 2-year-old class where we had Liam Richards with his entry 142, Crooked Creek Tibby 90L with heifer calf at side, Crooked Creek Tibby 17N. And then finally the mature female, the red cow 169, Red 6 Mile Miss Minerva 667J from Shelton Grabler with bull calf Red CS Mr. Watonka 1N. These will be the females vying for your champion open division females. With comments, Judge Buba.
Well, you know, not every breed does this open division, and I think it's pretty neat. I mean, it allows a kid to come in out of breed, and whether they're helping friends or anything here, be allowed to show in this purebred side of things and take part of it without actually having their name on the papers. And I mean, it attests themselves very well that, yeah, like I said, whether or not they're on the paper or not, I mean, these juniors have done a great job with all the females we have back here for this Open Championship drive. I think, you know, there's 3 in contention here for sure that quite easily for me come to the top of this deal. And again, I think it's just splitting hairs on what way you want to go. But congrats to you all, and I'll go give you a champion.
The open division always brings the heat. Jordy going to go out and slap your grand champion and then your reserve champion female. Of which your grand champion female and your reserve come out of the Bred heifer division. Grand champion 144, Brooking Royal Lass 4207, the entry from Cordell Morrison. And your reserve female is 182, Wilbar Sarita 653M, the entry from Faith Collins. What a tremendous division that open division always is. And congratulations to everyone and the kids that are headed back or already in the barn. We are going to take a picture break, obviously, for our open champions, and we will take a 30-minute break for lunch where you can help yourself to the brisket inside, which looks phenomenal. George Murray gave me the thumbs up a bit ago, says it's great. So help yourselves inside in the cafe. We will convene back for our own division. The boss says at 1:20 we will start our largest division of the day with owned heifer calves. At 1:20 we will be right back here for the rest of our afternoon. While you are inside, grabbing a bite of lunch, please head to the west end of the building and check out the silent auction. We will close that tonight around awards time, but please go in and view some of the amazing auction items that the kids have brought for you this weekend. And the silent auction will close tonight at awards time, so you still have a few hours left. But don't miss out on all the opportunities inside. the Bashaw and District Egg Society is selling raffle tickets that Mrs. Fankhandle has here under the tent. Fill Your Freezer raffle that they will draw August 25th here at the Bashaw Egg Grounds. There are three prizes of half a beef and 2 quarters, along with a deep freeze for prize number 1, barbecue griddle and a quarter of beef for the second prize, and your third prize is a Yeti cooler and a quarter of beef. All donated by great companies here in the Bashaw area: Brandt Construction, Bashaw Farm and Building Supplies, Bashaw Rentals and Sales. So please come and see Karen up here at the announcer booth, or walking around anywhere if you want to get in your chance for some $10 raffle tickets. The great folks at Bashaw and District Egg Society, obviously one of our big supporters of all the events that go on here at the Bashaw Egg Society. She's got a handful of tickets left, so anybody looking for one, come on up. Welcome back, everyone. Our marshals are out back feverishly working. We are going to get started with the owned division momentarily. So that first class of owned heifer calves, if they can start making their way up. Judge Booba was just finishing lunch and is on her way. So if we could get everybody lined up for class 1 of our own division right away, we will get started shortly. Anybody that hasn't had their lunch break, we are going to start tidying that up right away inside at the concession at the cafe. So please go in and help yourself to some of the brisket. Please help yourself. And if you see Bobby Hunker around and his beautiful wife Dakota, thank them for all that they do. The great folks at Bashaw Meats and Sausage, supplying us all week with the amazing protein that we've had throughout the week for all of our events here at Alberta Junior Angus. Give Bobby a high five, an arm wrestle, whatever you can think of, and thank him for all they do for us here this week at AJA. We really appreciate all of their support. We are moments away. our judges here. So if our 5 or 6, I think 5 heifer calves can line up for our first set, our 5 heifer calves, we are ready to go. Like always, we're waiting on Ringman. Oh, look at our beautiful ringmen are here. We are set. And our 5 heifer calves are out back.
Mom said that the last batch of hoot bags disappeared because she
Choose them. And we are underway with our owned division, the largest division that we have today. And we are off with a group of heifer calves. First in the ring, 164, the entry from Daniel Pearson. Hillcrest Tip Top, 502, the February heifer. And then a bunch of Januaries, 129, Red River Rock Yukon, 593N. Sydney Van Sickle's entry. 151 is next. Red River Rock Shawnee, 19N, from brother Carson Van Sickle. And the trio ends it with 128 Red River Rock Goldie, 507N of Ainsley Van Sickle. And rounding off that crew is Red Pass Lois, 66N, the entry from Heidi Pass, number 167. These are the 5 heifer calves in the heifer calf class 1. Your first and second out of this group will be your heifer calf champions. And move on to the owned champion female later in the afternoon. We'll get back to acknowledging some of our sponsors. And when you flip to the inside front cover of your show program, all of those 2025 sponsors are listed. One that is more prevalent from a large number of those sponsor levels are the great folks from Brandles. And all that they do for this event is absolutely tremendous. Kaylee from Brandle Cattle Creative is donating all of the pictures from day 1 and 2 of this event. So if you go on to the Alberta Angus Junior Angus Facebook page, you will see the link there. Click on the link and you'll be able to view all of her pictures. We really appreciate Kaylee and all that she does for the youth here the last few days. So go on and view those pictures. And with that, we've got comments on Class 1 of heifer calves from our own division. Judge Buba.
Well, interesting way here to start our own show. Again, I think a heifer calf for me that just ties the pieces together the best. I mean, I think in terms of how she's made and how she carries herself, she probably does it the nicest out of any of these in the class. I mean, when you get over and analyzing her from behind, I think she's got the most natural width and shape about her to win this class. I think, again, she's a heifer that kind of comes to the top there quite easily. Now, our second place heifer, I mean, I really like the look of this heifer. I mean, she's so sharp. She holds that head high. She just gives you a really nice look from the side profile. The thing I need to change about this heifer is, I mean, just when you get behind her, you lose her a little bit. She's a little narrower over that top and in all aspects in comparing her to our first place heifer. But again, I think a really nice heifer that fits a lot of pieces quite well here together. Our third place heifer, again, probably in type and kind, fits with our second place heifer the best. I mean, she's really elongated, long fronted, long spine, just kind of long everywhere. She just doesn't do it quite as nice and handily as these two do above her, to place her there in third. Our fourth place little heifer, I mean, again, just in terms of how she's built and constructed, she's just not as big and bold as these three that you get behind her. You like to change her over that top a little bit. But I think, again, in terms of natural muscling ability and how she carries herself in that middle third, she's just a really nice little heifer there to sit there in fourth. Our black girl's going to round out the class again. I think a heifer that, you know, she's super correct in her stance and her structure. She's really feminine and nice and clean fronted. We just need more of this heifer, kind of from every aspect when you analyze her to these four red heifers above her. But a really nice class from top to bottom.
Absolutely. Jordy, a great set to open off our own division. Leading off in first place, 128, Red River Rock Goldie, 507N, the entry from Ainsley Van Sickle. Second in class, 167, Red Pass Lois, 66N from Heidi Pass, the 1st of January heifer. Third, 129, Red River Rock Yukon, 593N from Sydney Van Sickle, was third. And fourth, 151, Red River Rock Shawnee, 19N, the entry from Carson Van Sickle. Rounding off that crew was 167 Hilltop Tip Top, 502, the entry from Daniel Pearson. We will now move into the first of four splits, I believe, of bred heifers in our own division. Starting off, the youngest age group is 186, Weewa Creek Rachel, 5624, the entry from Tennessee Walter. Next up is 167, Red Pass 71M, the entry from Heidi Pass. 145 is next, Red Arrow Gypsy 25M, the entry from Gina Sobkow. Fourth in this group, entry 180, Brooking Beauty 4200M, the entry from Owen Wilms. 128 is next, Red River Rock Chiefita, 4209M from Ainsley Van Sickle. Sister Sydney brings in the next entry, 129, Red River Rock Jupiter, 4160M. And rounding off this crew is 152, PJH Miss Abigail 2M, the entry from Peyton Hagel. 7 heifers in the first split. As we get back into our show program, flip to the inside front cover and acknowledge some of the amazing sponsors that it takes to put on this Alberta Junior Angus Youth event. Our platinum sponsor, Alberta Angus Association. The board members and all the great folks there on the board have always been big supporters of this event, as it is one of their major key points throughout the summer. So we appreciate all of the board members and the folks that make up the Alberta Angus Association, along with all of the valued members, platinum sponsors of the 2025 Alberta Junior Angus Show. Gold sponsors, as you work through that program also, gold sponsors are some incredible people, the great folks at Murray Ranches, George and Santana. One of our members is also a gold sponsor, the hardworking and dedicated Winton Brandel from Brandel Fabrication. We appreciate all that he does for these events. Quite a handy little guy to have around, that Winton. Davis Raritan International. Adam and Haley Shireman and crew down there at Carstairs. Sundown Livestock Transplants, Dr. Don. A past father of exhibitors and alumni that goes to all these young events, youth events throughout the summer. We always appreciate Dr. Don and the passion that he has for youth. Comments on split 1 from Judge Booba.
Well, again, an interesting and for sure one of the biggest classes we've seen here today. And I think, I'm going back and forth a little bit on maybe type and kind. But again, I think all good cattle come in different types and kind, and you kind of got to give and take on the day and what you're striving towards. We'll start this class with the black heifer again. I think just in terms of the look she gives you, the presence she gives you, how nice she ties in from that shoulder to her rear third. She's just the nicest. She's the soundest. She's got the best foot underneath her. For me, just a real easy winner to start this class. We'll follow her with the red heifer again. I think a heifer that, when she kind of trots around the ring here, she maybe doesn't give you the nicest and the fanciest look and whatever, but when she gets stopped, she makes you look at her. I mean, she kind of holds that head up nice there finally, and she just gives you some presence. And I think for that, she kind of follows the nicest for me to our first place heifer. Again, I think in soundness, this is where this heifer needs to sit in terms of the rest of the class. And again, I think, just a real nice heifer to sit there in third. As we move into our youngest heifer of the class, again, I think a real fancy type heifer. Tons of middle third in this heifer. She just got enough natural muscling. She hits you pretty hard with her look. You just want to change her on the movement a bit. I mean, she's not quite as free when she comes out of those hips. She kind of wants to walk weird there, and she maybe doesn't want to carry her top just as nice as these two above her. But again, I think in terms of age in comparison to these ones, that's a real nice heifer sitting there in third as well. Now, a challenging heifer probably comes here in fourth. I mean, again, a heifer that hits you in all the right ways. She's just got a really nice look. She's sound enough. She's got all the pieces right. Again, she's just so nice in every way, but she doesn't blow you away in any aspect. You just like to tweak things a little bit above her to have her stand with these three above her. But again, she's just so nice, easy doing. Again, unfortunately got in a class with some really top contenders here on the start, but just a really nice heifer there in fourth as well. Now as we move into our fifth place red heifer, again, a heifer she's just so bold and she's big middled and she's got so much natural muscling ability. You just like to extend her a little. She needs a little more feminine fronted and she needs to tie a little higher coming out of that shoulder to compete with these heifers above her. But again, just in terms of mass, doability, just a really nice heifer there in fifth as well. Our leanest and freshest heifer is probably coming to us in fifth. Again, a nice heifer, just you love her for that aspect. This heifer is not hiding anything. She comes to you just nice and lean and doesn't really hide anything. I mean, just a real solid heifer. You just need more of her to compete with these heifers above her. Again, just these classes get so hard. It's just nitpicking on where you're going to stand. Our heifer that's going to round out the class, a nice dark red heifer, again, really bold sprung heifer, lots to this heifer. We just need to free her up a little on when she ties from that shoulder into that spine. She gets a little hard there, doesn't want to carry it as nice on the move, but again, you like all the aspects about this heifer. We just need to change the movement on her.
What a tremendous class of owned bred heifers to start off the 4-split division of breds. Leading off in first place, 180 Brooking Beauty 4200M from Owen Wilms. Second in class, 128 Red River Rock Chiefita 4209M from Ainsley Van Sickle. Third in class, 186 Weaver Creek Rachel 5624 from Tennessee Walter. Fourth in class, 152 PJH Miss Abigail 2M, the entry from Peyton Hagel. Fifth in class, 129, Red River Rock Jupiter, 4160M from Sydney Van Sickle. Sixth in class, 167, Red Pass, 71M, the entry from Heidi Pass. And rounding off that crew, 145, Red Arrow Gypsy, 29M, the entry from Gina Sobkow. And we will move right in to Class 2. Split 2, of the owned heifers, with the first in the ring, 155, Dane's Miss Bride, 1M from Peyton Hagel. Next in is 176, BCC Lady Wren, 4102 from Landon Brandel. Logan Brook brings in your next female, 171 is her entry, Red Shiloh Mimi, 90M. 194 is next in the ring, Rust Mist Beauty, 422M. The entry from Riley Borison. Callan Gardner comes in next with 133, Red Diamond T Countess, 2447. And rounding off the class is 195, Red Allison Lakima, 146M from Maria Tazchuk. 6 heifers in the ring, split 2 of 4 in our owned division. Getting back to some of our sponsors, as we were mentioning in the last class, the last of our gold sponsors is the Collins family. That great crew up there at the Beaver Lodge area from Rio Grande, Angus. We really appreciate all of our gold sponsors that we have both joining us and the ones that couldn't attend. All of their appreciation that they give to this event is certainly welcomed from all of the youth and their families up here in Bashaw this weekend for the Alberta Junior Angus Youth event. Going back to our platinum sponsor, the Alberta Angus Association. Join them August 23rd, I believe it is. Randy, Dave, that's right. August 23rd is the Northern Alberta AGM and Field Day, the Alberta Angus Field Day. And it will be at Pole Land and Livestock and Avalon's. Thanks, Dave. Glad I woke you up there. There we go. You betcha. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. So join us August 3rd up there at those two great places for the AGM and the Field Day.
I think pretty easy class winner here for me again. I think it's just in terms of how this heifer hits you, how she moves, how she ties it all together. I mean, there's just so many nice things about that heifer, and I think she's hard to pick a hole in. And for me, this really comes to the top of this class real handily. My hardest placing, again, I think you could easily flip-flop second and third. We'll go with the black heifer today. I think just in terms of how she ties it all together from her shoulder to her spine, and then coming into that tail head, I think she just transitions there a little nicer than our red heifer in third. Love this black heifer in second, just again, for how much mass and body width she has. She's just kind of not as extended as that heifer in front of her, and just as bold sprung and as much as a heifer above her, but really nice heifer there in second in her own right. again, you really got to love the bone density and mass to this red heifer coming in third. And again, I think analyze her how you want. You can flop second and third. For me, I just want to tie that tail head in a little nicer in comparison to the two. But again, a heifer, you just love her, how she hits you. She's got so much mass and dimension, and just really nice heifer there again in third. Our fourth place black heifer, again, just a really nice, kind of easy made heifer. She hits you with a lot in that middle third for sure. Comparing her to the three above her, you'd want to give her a little bit more natural muscling and have that carry a little farther down in her rear third. But again, heifer sound structured, just real nice, easy heifer out here. Heifer in fifth, again, a red heifer. We come to kind of a chunky made heifer. You know, there's lots of power and mass and dimension to this heifer. You just kind of want to streamline her. You want to pull that front end in a little nicer, clean up that shoulder a little bit for her, and just extend that neck for her a little bit to compete with the four above her. But again, I think a really long spined heifer there as well in fifth. The heifer that's going to round out the class, again, real nice eye-appealing heifer. She hits you with a really nice look. Just she doesn't have the overall dimension as these ones do above her. And again, real nice heifers all the way from top to bottom. We really like those three up top.
Another great set for Judge Buba to analyze. Leading off in first place, 194, Rust Mist Beauty, 422M. The entry from Riley Borison. Second in class, 176. BCC Lady Wren, 4102 from Landon Brandel. Third in class, 195. Red Allison Lakima, 146M from Maria Tazchuk. Fourth was 155. Dane's Miss Bride, 1M. The entry from Peyton Verbonik. Fifth, 133. Red Diamond T Countess, 2447 from Callan Gardner. And sixth, 171, Red Shiloh Mimi, 90M from Logan Brook. We're rolling right along to split three. 151 is the first heifer in the ring from Carson Van Sickle, Red River Rock, Marigold, 484M. 187 is next, Red Wilbar Sioux, 832M from Kylie Wilms. Rounding the corner is 192, Red Rich Firefly, 141M from Lexi Dietrich. 148 is next, Red Aram Eberly, 29M from Dallas Sailor. 160 is next up, Golden Oak, 1054 Magnolia, 435M, the entry from Nevada Murray. And rounding off this class is 138 Geis Georgina, 22M from Bristol Sailor. A set of late January heifers for split three in our owned division. We will acknowledge again some of our hardworking sponsors. Our banner sponsor for the week has been Madison LaFrance from Compass Creative. We always appreciate all of the passion and work a former alumnus puts into this event. And Maddie is a first-class human being and a great talent when it comes to anything creative. We appreciate all that Maddie does for these youth events. So Madison LaFrance from Compass Creative is our banner sponsor. On Sunday evening, we went out and joined the great folks at Miller Wilson and DMM. So they were our judging sponsor for the week. It is always one of the highlights of the year for these youth events throughout Western Canada to drive out to the picturesque farm just west of Bashaw and view the cow herd. Don and Lee and the kids always put a top-notch set of classes together and bring some high-end officials out there. And we always appreciate the passion that the Miller Wilson family puts forth towards this show specifically, and all breeds coming up in a couple days. So our judging sponsor for the week is DMM. You see any of those folks kicking around the grounds this afternoon, make sure you shake their hand and say thank you. It means the world what they're doing to sponsor events like this to make your guys' summer as exciting as it is. So we appreciate all of their support for this week.
Well, we'll split our pairs again a little in this class, and I think easily for me, the black heifer is going to win the deal. I think, again, just in terms of how she's made in construction and constructed from the ground up, this heifer probably does all the most things correctly, and again, just ties it all together the nicest, and for me, wins the class quite handily. Now, again, I think you can flop your second and third place quite easily as well. For me, I think the haired heifer is just going to win the class. Just again, I love how she ties in that belly a little nicer. She's a little softer flank than our third place heifer. Again, you just love this heifer in terms of that width of top that she carries and bone density. We'd like to maybe give her the front end for sure of the third place heifer, but again, I think all the things considered, we'll use that haired heifer in second. Now again, our third place heifer, you just love the eye appeal, and for that term, she fits best with the heifer that's going to win the class. But for me, again, just her movement, when she gets on the move, she doesn't want to be as nice and soft-topped as she could be. She wants to kind of roach and hold that top line a little harder than I'd like her to, and we just need to change that teat size maybe for this stage of the game. But again, I think the freshness of this heifer you got to love, and again, just the way she ties that front end in together. Our fourth place heifer, again, is a big barreled heifer coming there in fourth. And again, I think just in terms of how she's made and constructed, you really like her. She's soft and she's mellow, but again, she maybe wants to get a little softer topped if you're not watching her. She just doesn't come as nice from that tail head to loin as the three above her. But again, just in terms of density and mass, this heifer in fourth is really nice and complete. Our fifth place heifer, going back to the dark red heifer, again, I think this heifer is just constructed and built with mass and bone, and she hits you really hard in that way. But again, we need to make her a little bit more ladylike in that front end and just extend her out through that front end to tie a little nicer with those four that beat her. Our black heifer that's going to round out the class, again, really nice long spined heifer. You got to love her for that. She's one of the longest heifers in the class when you get analyzing her. But with that, she gets a little shorter up front, maybe just not as sound on the ground as she needs to be today. But again, really nice heifer there to sit there and round out the class as well.
Nevada Murray will lead this class off in first place with entry 160 Golden Oak, 1054 Magnolia 435M. Second in this class 192 Red Rich Firefly 141M, the entry from Lexi Dietrich. Third in class 187 Red Wilbar Sioux 832M, the entry from Kylie Wilms. Dallas Sailor will bring in our fourth place heifer 148 Red Aram Eberly 29M. In fifth is 151 Red River Rock Marigold 484M, the entry from Carson Van Sickle. And 138 Geist Georgina 22M was the entry from Bristol Sailor. And we just keep bringing the heat. In the heat, split 4 is our final set of own bred heifers. First in the ring is 178 Teron Jaybird 64M, the entry from Casey Adams. 165 is next Riverfront Rosebud, Paisley Robertson's Bred. Third in the ring is Wyatt Sailor with 126 Red Redrich Passion 227M. Next, Quinn Peterson with 168 Red Sprucefield May JNF 10M. GW Murray brings in your next heifer with entry 127 Murray Magnolia 4M. And rounding off this class, coming in is 139 Red Pass Lucy, 87M, the entry from Sophie Pass. 6 heifers in here.
Now, do you think
Well, for sure, probably the hardest front end in this class, as we've seen all day in these owned cattle so far. Again, I think, just in terms of what these heifers are doing and bringing to the table, these 3 that are going to lead off the class are pretty incredible and neat to look and watch around this ring. We're going to go with the heifer again. I think just in terms of soundness and how she hits, yeah, she does it the nicest. She's the deepest bodied. She's the deepest flank. She ties it all together so nice to that front end. And I think, she really kind of deceives you as big barreled and deep as she is when you get looking at her on the side profile. You think maybe she's going to be a little flatter when you get behind her, but she's got so much mass and width over that top still. Pretty neat to see how she ties that all together. Our second place heifer, again, I think just hits you with more mass and dimension and just eye appeal than our third place heifer. I think just in terms of that lower quarter in this heifer and the bone density in this heifer in second is where she's going to come to the second hole pretty easily. And comparing her to our first place heifer, you probably just like to have her hold that top a little nicer. She gets just a little lazy top. But again, I think you got to give her the forgiveness in that she's just got so much in that middle third. It's just kind of what happens. Our heifer in third, again, is probably the slickest heifer in the class for sure in comparing her with these top 3. And again, so she doesn't hide as much as you're analyzing her. Again, just a really nice heifer. You love the structure on this heifer. She gets around the ring really well. She just doesn't have as much bone and dimension and width when you get analyzing her compared to these top 2. But again, she just fits so nice in that third hole, and it's just a really nice, easy doing heifer there in third. Our 4th place heifer, the red heifer, again, hits her with so much length and dimension. She just needs to be tidied up a little bit. She hits you just a little harder on that front end. She's not as nice as you roll into her tail head and how that all sets in on her, but a really nice sound structured heifer there in 4th as well. Our 5th heifer, again, a heifer that's probably a little leaner than a few that we have in the class. She's not hiding as much on you. She's not as haired up as a few in the class either, but we just need more of this heifer. We need more from front to back, and again, just sound structured, really nice heifer there. We just need a little bit more of her. Our heifer that's going to round out the class, again, so big and soft-sided, this dark red heifer sitting there at the end. We just need to clean her up a little in that top line. She just wants to get a little bumpy there as she gets around the ring, but again, smooth her out there on that top line. This is a really nice heifer sitting down in the bottom of her class as well.
First in that class was the entry from Casey Adams, 178 Taron Jaybird, 64M. Second in that class was 165 Riverfront Rosebud, 432M, the entry from Paisley Robertson. Third was Murray Magnolia, 4M, the entry from GW Murray. Fourth was 168 Red Spruce Field May, JNF 10M. Quinn Peterson's entry. Fifth was Red Pass Lucy, 89M from Sophie Pass. And rounding off that crew was 126, the entry from Wyatt Saylor, Red Rich Passion, 227M. As we bring in for our champion-owned bred heifer, our top two from each class back, we will bring in first in split one, Brooking Beauty, 4200M from Owen Wilms. Second in that class was Red River Rock Chiefta, 4209M from Ainsley Van Sickle. In split two, it was the entry 194 Rust Miss Beauty, 422M, the entry from Riley Borison leading the way. And following him was 176 BCC Lady Wren, 4102 from Landon Brandel. Next up in split three, leading the way was 160 Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia, 435M, the entry from Nevada Murray. And joining her was 192 Red Rich Firefly, 141M, the entry from Lexi Dietrich. And most recently, our two heifers from split four, 178 Taron Jaybird, 64M, the entry from Casey Adams. And her running mate, second in that class, 165 Riverfront Rosebud, 432M. Paisley Robertson's entry. What a phenomenal set of females out in the heat this afternoon for our owned Bred Heifer Championship.
Jordy's done a really nice job of getting both black and red mix.
Classes like these are why we get the best at this event. Nobody better to evaluate cattle, but most importantly youth, than Judge Jordy Buba, evaluating the 8 females out here for your champion-owned bred heifer.
What do you guys like best?
Well, for sure the hardest division as we get out here in our own show when we bring these 8 females back. And I mean, it's always fun judging when you start a division and your first in class are lining up and you're just getting harder as you go and you're just envisioning that championship drive coming together as you're within their classes still even. And I think, these 8 bred heifers out here are all incredible. I think that it doesn't matter if we were showing here or in the fall or whatever. I mean, I think these 8 breds out here do it quite handily. You know, they each have their little niche on what brought them here, and I think that's great. Again, like I said, you know, we can't all breed cattle the same, otherwise showing would be pretty boring. So anyway, you know, again, I think there's 4 out here that are in contention for this for sure. I'll go take another quick look and we'll get you a couple champions.
Your champion owned bred heifer comes at a split 4. They both do. First, your champion owned bred heifer 178 Terron Jaybird 64M, the entry from Casey Adams, and then joining her was her running mate from split 4 as well, 165 Riverfront Rosebud 432M, the entry from Paisley Robertson. What a phenomenal set of females you kids brought out for us for this own division. We will move right in to our 2-year-old female classes, of which I think there's two splits of those cows. Split 1 in our owned 2-year-old division leads the way with Heidi Pass and entry 167. Rainbow Lois 66N with her calf Red Pass Lois 66N. Next up is entry 120. Red Diamond T Lakota 2379. The entry of Hiller Gardner and calf at side Red Diamond T Lakota 25-144. Rounding off this class is 192 OAV classified 11L with heifer calf Red Rich classified 1N. The entry from Lexi Dietrich. 3 heifers, 3 pairs in your class. There have been a few Scotch combs returned up here to the announcer stand. If you are missing a couple of combs, come up and describe them. Otherwise, Terry Adams is going to take them home and put them to use.
pretty nice class here of 2-year-olds, all with heifer calves in front of them. And I mean, you know, you talk about an Angus breed maternal, you know, wicked udders on all 3 of these cows, which is always pretty nice to see when these 2-year-olds come back here working. We're going to use the solid black pair to start the deal. Again, I think just in terms of how the cow's built and constructed, I like her the best. She's the nicest up front. She's the longest spined. Deepest quartered, again, sound structured, really nice udder, really nice heifer calf in front of her as well. That's just the beginning of February calf. So again, I think she just puts all the pieces for sure together the nicest for me today. A red cow in second, again, I think in terms of udder quality, this one's really nice. You love that udder underneath this female. She's sound structured. You know, she's long enough made. She's deep enough bodied. You just like to extend that front end a bit in comparing her to the cow above her. Again, just a really nice little March heifer calf in front of her. Sound and got all the things coming. She's just a little smaller, but that's okay. She's a little younger as well. So really nice pair there in second. Our third place pair, the mixed colored pair, again, I think a cow and calf both with a lot of stretch. I mean, that heifer calf's huge standing there in front of that cow, which again is always impressive when a 2-year-old comes back with a calf like that. Really sound udder on this cow. She's a really long made cow. You just like to give her a little bit more mass and dimension to compete with these 2 pairs above her. But again, a really nice class all the way from top to bottom.
Leading off the way in that split was OAV classified 11L, the entry from Lexi Dietrich, with calf at side Red Rich classified 1N. Second in class, entry 120, Red Diamond T Lakota 2379 from Hiller Gardner, and Rainbow Lois 66N, entry 167. Was third in class, the entry for Heidi Pass. We will bring in split 2 next with 3 entries in this class. So coming in the ring next is split 2 of our own 2-year-old cows. Leading the way is Nevada Murray with entry 160, DMM Christina 65L with calf DMM Christina 76N. Entry 164 is next from Daniel Pearson, Diamond T Pride 2327 with calf Hillcrest Pride 504. 165 is next, Brooking Rose 3030 with calf Riverfront 4 Mile 508N, the entry from Paisley Robertson. 3 females coming in for the second of 2 splits in our 2-year-old cow-calf division. Make sure to join the Alberta Angus Association on August 23rd for the Northern Alberta Angus Tour. Starts at 11 a.m. at Avalon Angus with a tour and lunch. Avalon Angus West, Matt and Kendra Fishers. There will be a pen show and a tour at Pole Land and Livestock as well throughout the morning and afternoon. There will be a dinner to follow at Poles as well. make sure to block off a set of rooms that are, the rooms are blocked off at the Nisku Inn, so make sure to book as soon as possible. Please RSVP to Kendra Fisher anytime. Check the Facebook page for updates throughout the rest of the summer. There will be busing available, so we sure appreciate all that Avalon Angus and Poles do for everyone in the Alberta Angus Association, and certainly their sponsorship and appreciation throughout the week here at the Alberta Junior Angus Show. With that, comments from Judge Buba on split 2 of our 2-year-old own cow-calf pairs.
Well, 3 pretty impressive pairs here again in our 2-year-old division, and I think, these top 2 pairs, quite handily go together and split hairs on how you want to do it. We're going to do it with the cow, I think up top that she's just a little nicer navel, got a little bit more capacity when you get really analyzing her. She's a little nicer extended fronted, and just a little sounder maybe than our second place cow. Again, I think in terms of calves, you probably pick the bull calf over the heifer calf. Just, there's only 20, not even 20 days difference between these two. But again, I think it's picking hairs. Both these cows have done what they needed to do in this first year of production. I just personally like the first place cow better than the second place cow at this stage of the game. But again, I think, in terms of udder quality, you'd probably also pick the second place cow, just in terms of how she ties in there. She's a little smoother in her transition of her fore udder than our first place cow is. But again, sort them how you want them. This is how I see them today. Our third place pair, again, a cow that's really working hard on that calf. She's not in as good a condition as these 2 cows are above her. Again, just a really nice, solid cow. We changed maybe the teat size a little bit on that 2-year-old in third, but again, just really solid pair there at the bottom, and nice work.
Thank you, Jordan. You're moving on. First in that class is the entry from Nevada Murray. Entry 160, DMM Christina 65L with calf DMM Christina 76N. Second in that class, Brooking Rose 3030, the entry from Paisley Robertson with calf at side Riverfront 4 Mile 508N. Third in class, Daniel Pearson with his entry 164, Diamond T Pride 2327 with calf Hillcrest Pride 504. We will bring our top 2 females back in from each of those last 2 classes. From split 1, leading the way is OAV Classified 11L from Lexi Dietrich with calf Redrich Classified 1N. Second in that class was Red Diamond T Lakota 2379 from Hiller Gardner, entry 120. The aforementioned previous class split 2, leading the way, entry 160, DMM Christina 65L, the entry from Nevada Murray. Second in that class, Brooking Rose 3030, the entry from Paisley Robertson. We have we have Dave Hofstra up here, and if you guys could for a minute, we're going to take some airtime. Dave has a really, really beautiful award that he wants to present and say some kind words, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we all know, I'm sure, back in May, we lost a longtime member of our Angus family, and the executive of the Northern Alberta Angus Club had decided to come up with an award in his memory. And we've got it ready here to present today. I'd like to ask Becky and any of the kids that are available to come up here so we can get some pictures. But anyway, a little bit about Kurt again. I think we all know Kurt had a huge passion for the cattle industry, and a big portion of that passion was derived from watching juniors progress and go from pee-wee to seniors, and then on to be young adults in the industry paving their own way. When he would see individuals taking initiative and thinking outside the box, he always had a smile on his face and a positive comment to share with everyone. We as the Northern Alberta Angus Board wanted to continue that legacy that he has left and present a junior member with the Progressive Young Breeder Award every year at the Alberta Junior Angus Show in his memory. The winner of this award is someone who has a desire to keep learning and finding new ways to innovate within the cattle industry. They are investing time in either their own herd or in their family's operation and take pride in what they have achieved and want to keep striving to meet new goals. They are enthusiastic and truly enjoy most of all aspects of raising and selling seed stock. They have a strong presence when they compete in judging and have very thought out and considerate comments to make. This individual will be involved in many different aspects of the cattle industry and doesn't mind taking on an executive or leadership type roles. This individual is often seen lending a hand or helping others when possible. So for this year, the inaugural year of presenting this award, the winner is in the ring with us right now, and I'd like to present this to Lexi Dietrich.
Your single entry in the mature owned cow-calf class is the 3-year-old cow from the Wilms family, from Kylie and Owen. Kylie in the entry, Owen helping lead the way along with Faith Collins. Entry 187, Red Wilbar Bayberry, 31K. With her late February heifer calf Red Wilbar Bayberry 420N. Single entry in this class.
Well, we had some pretty stiff competition in our 2-year-old division, and here we roll into our matures, and for sure a pair that could have standed a lot more competition out here. It's a really nice, solid cow. I mean, you love that udder on her for a 3-year-old. You know, she's just so beautiful to look at, and walks around the ring with so much confidence and just style. And again, a really nice little heifer calf in front of her, just a younger heifer calf compared to some that we've seen. But again, just really nice pair to complete our mature division.
The entry from Owen and Kylie Wilms comes in 187, Red Wilbar Bayberry, 31K with heifer calf at side, is your first in class mature female and obviously your owned champion as well. And with that, we will bring in our division champions from our owned division. Starting all the way back with our heifer calves. First in our champion heifer calf class was Ainsley Van Sickle with Red River Rock Goldie 507N was your champion heifer calf. And reserve Red Pass Lois 66N, entry 167 from Heidi Pass. Next was our champion Bred heifers. And leading the way, Casey Adams, 178 entry number. Teron Jaybird, 64M. Reserve was Paisley Robertson with Riverfront Rosebud, 432M. In our 2-year-old division, your champions was DMM Christina, 65L, entry 160 from Nevada Murray, and reserve was entry 165, Brooking Rose, 3030, the entry from Paisley Robertson. Most recently, just rounding the grass corner, was your champion mature cow, the 3-year-old from the Wilms family, entry 187, Red Wilbar Bayberry, 31K. Without a shadow of a doubt, the own division, always one of the most anticipated and hotly contested divisions throughout the show. The quality is tremendous, right from top to bottom, all the way through. What a phenomenal set that these juniors and youth have brought for us this afternoon. And it makes the job of Judge Booba certainly challenging, but one that she's up for.
Well, pretty impressive own division championship here, of course, when we get all these females lined up here. And I mean, I commend all you families for keeping these cattle and these kids' names, because I know it's not easy. And I mean, really, the association should be thanking you for the amount of transfers I'm sure you do in a year, keeping these cattle in these kids' names. But anyway, you know, I think the females out here are solid, and you know, they're foundations of what the Angus breed represents and how they're built on. And I think you can see that all the way, again, from our baby heifer calves up top to our 3-year-old cow out in the back. And I think just soundness, femininity, longevity, you know, the ability to raise a big strapping calf in front of them is built into all these females, and there's proof in the pudding as we look out here and on the selection of females we have in front of us. For me, the decision's pretty easy. There's 2 that I think you can't pull apart and that complement each other really well and are easy winners out here today. But I'll go select you a champion and reserve. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Absolutely. A much needed round of applause for a tremendous set of females in this owned division. Your champion, owned female, will stick in the bred heifer division from split 4. Grand champion, Teron Jaybird, 64M, the entry from Casey Adams. And your reserve owned female, 165, Riverfront Rosebud, 432M, the heifer from Paisley Robertson. What a phenomenal set of females exiting the ring. After a quick, I'm assuming a quick picture break with our judge, we will move into the bred and owned division. We roll right in to the bred and owned division. Unique division for sure. Bred and owned registration papers must be owned by the junior exhibitor and be the breeder and the owner. So a ton of uniqueness in this division, certainly, as these kids work a little extra hard, not just being the owner, but the one that bred these young calves as well, too. So we are going to lead off the bred and owned with one of the bigger classes of the day with our young heifer calves leading the way. 120, Red Diamond T Lakota, 25-144, the entry from Hiller Gardner. Daniel Pearson brings the next heifer in the ring, Hillcrest Pride, 504. Lexi Dietrich in next with Red Rich Classified, 1N. Next up is Red Aram Shawnee, 59M, the entry from Maria Tazchuk. Entry 160 is next in the ring, Murray Christina, 76N, the entry from Nevada. Murray. And rounding off this crew is entry 149, LLB Bardis, 1N, the entry from Luke Henderson. Range in age from late March to mid-January in this class of heifer calves for your bred and owned class. Comments on the first class of bred and owned, Judge Buba.
For sure, one of the tightest classes as we get looking at these heifer calves from top to bottom. I'm going to use the heifer, I think, just for me as the most natural muscling ability. I think just in terms of how bold this heifer is and how much, just meat and lower quarter she has, this heifer does it all for me. I think, but with that granted, she's probably got a little more shoulder than our second place heifer. Again, she wants to get a little rouchier topped when she gets on the move. But again, I think just in terms of how much fill in that she has is what's preventing that heifer from doing that. But again, just a really nice heifer there to sit there in first. Our second place heifer, I just really like this heifer. I just really like this heifer. And, I think in terms of how she's built and constructed, from front to back, from top to bottom, I just really like this heifer. And I think she's hard to pick a hole. And now, comparing her to her first place heifer, she's probably not as much and not bold and as much natural muscling ability as our first place heifer. But again, that's just a really, really nice solid heifer to sit there in second. Our third place heifer, again, I think a heifer that matches really well with our second place heifer in terms of look. This heifer's nice and square. She's deep bodied. She's long. Again, she just doesn't have as much to her. There's just not as much from every angle. And when you analyze her, she's just a little smaller in all those aspects. But again, a really nice, sound, functional female there in third. Again, we go to another roly-poly kind of chunky heifer. And again, this heifer's a little rounder in her type and her kind. And for me, that's probably a little bit more of a detrimental to her. I'd, just lengthen her out in that rear third, give her a little bit more natural muscling there to compete with the three heifers above her, but you can't deny this heifer for as long spined as she is and as sound as she is. We're going to go to her two babies to round out the class again. Just two really nice functional young heifers. They unfortunately just get outhorsed and outpowered here today, but again, when analyzing those two females, you know, and what they bring to the table in a couple months when they're the same age as these big girls in front of them, I'm sure it'll be a different race. But really nice class there to start off our Bred and Owned show.
Leading off that set of bred and owned heifer calves, in first place, entry 149, LLB Bardis, 1N, the entry from Luke Henderson. In second was 192, Red Rich Classified, 1N, the entry from Lexi Dietrich. Third in class was 160, Murray Christina, 76N, the entry from Nevada Murray. Fourth was 195, Red Aram Shawnee, 59M, the entry from Maria Tazchuk. Fifth, Red Diamond T Lakota, 25-144, the entry from Hiller Gardner. And Daniel Pearson in sixth with Hillcrest Pride, 504. We keep rolling right along to our bred and owned bull calves, of which entry 165 is first in the ring, Riverfront 4 Mile, 508N. The January bull calf from Paisley Robertson. And 185 follows in line, Brooke Novo, 1N from Luke Brooke. The sharpest dressed guy out here today, Luke.
Well, only two entries here in our bred and owned bull calf, and I mean, there's just a 9-day spread on these bull calves. I think, you know, the calf we're going to use to win the class, again, just has a little more look to him. He just a little more heads up, a little more style and pizzazz to him. He carries himself a little nicer out here than our second place bull. But again, I think two bulls that, you know, have lots of development coming along. They look like little herd bulls already, and yeah, just a really nice class here with only the two of them.
Riverfront 4 Mile, 508N, leads the way in that class in first place, the entry from Paisley Robertson. And Brooke Naveau, 1N, is the entry from Luke Brooke that was second in that class. We will move into our first split of bred and owned heifers. First in, Red NLF Eva, 409M, the entry from Tennessee Schneider. Next up, 178, Red Terron Misty, 143M, the entry from Casey Adams. Luke Brooke brings in your next heifer, 185, Brooke Annie K, 2M. And following in behind him is Winton Brandel, with entry 193, Red BCC Renee, 435. Next in, just gracing the grass, 174 RF Beauty, 470, the entry from Cade Rancier. Lexi Mathon follows in behind with Red Dursta Chloe, 403M. And concluding this drive is entry 148, Red J Hart Coco, 13M, the entry from Dallas Sailor. A big class for Judge Buba to evaluate. If Maria Tazchuk and Quentin Albrecht could in the next couple of moments make their way to the announcer's booth for an award presentation, if they would, please and thank you.
As we're rolling into our bred and owned yearling division here again, I think a female that comes to the top quite easily is this black heifer. I mean, you just love her eye appeal and style, and you know she's wanting to fight the halter a bit and probably not move out as freely and nice as she should. But I think just as sound as she is structurally standing there, you predict that when she wants to get out and move, it's going to go fast and it's going to go quite easily for her. So just a real nice heifer to win the class. Again, I think we could flip-flop our second and third place heifers. I'm going to go with the heifer, I think, just for me, again, hits you the hardest with a little more style and eye appeal and pizzazz when she gets out here and gets stopped. I mean, you just love that heifer's look in her front end and how she transitions into her rear quarter. Again, I think a heifer that's just so long-spined and that. No, does she have the amount of mellowness and broodiness as that heifer above her? Probably not, but I think a heifer that really is just nice and tidy and sits here in second hole pretty well. Our heifer in third, again, probably types as our first place heifer, just so mellow middled and just so smooth as she transitions from front to back. But again, a heifer, I think for me, just, is not as stylish and feminine when she gets comparing her to the two above her. She's maybe not wanting to move quite right off the back leg out here today. So, that's what's going to get her here in third as well. But really competitive top 3 there in this class. We'll move into the youngest heifer in the class, the darker red heifer there in 4th. Again, I think a heifer that just kind of hits you in all of the right ways. She's really long spine. She's mellow enough in that middle third. She wants to get a little straighter off her front end for me today, which is why she's sitting in that 4th place hole. But just a really nice heifer to sit there for this young member. Our 5th place heifer, again, just kind of a more rough and rugged type of heifer. You know, this heifer is so round in her makeup, and she's bold sprung, and she's got so much natural muscling ability. We just need to extend that front end for her, make her a little bit more ladylike as she gets out here, but real solid type of heifer there sitting in 5th. We move to a black heifer. Again, a really long spined heifer, and she carries that all throughout her body. We just need to soften her up a bit. We need to soften her up in her rib shape and her depth to compete with those heifers above her. Again, really nice solid heifer sitting there to round out the class. We just need a little bit more of this heifer. We just need a little bit more in terms of her natural muscling ability and her softness. But I think this heifer is sound enough in her structure, and when she gets out a move, you know, you really like that about her. But you just need a little bit more of this red heifer to round out the class.
Thank you, Jordan. Leading the way in that class, entry 174, RF Beauty. 470 was first in class, the entry from Cade Rance here. Second in class, entry 193, Red BCC Renee. 435, Winton Brandle's entry. Third in class, 178, Red Terron Misty. 143M, the entry from Casey Adams. Fourth, Tennessee Schneider's female, Red NLF, Eva. 409M. Fifth was Lexi Mathon with Red Dursta Chloe, 403M. Sixth, Brooke Annie K2M, the entry from Luke Brooke. And seventh, Red J Hart Coco, 13M, Dallas Sailors heifer. We will move in to our cow-calf pairs in our bred and owned, of which there is just a mature cow-calf. And this entry comes in from the Brooke family. Luke's cow-calf pair, entry 185, Brooke Annie K2K with bull calf, a January bull, Brooke Naveau, 1N. Then we will bring in our bred and owned division champions for our overall championship. Make sure that all your other division champions are up here, because following the bred and owned, we will move into our supreme declaration.
A really nice 3-year-old pair here in our mature division. Again, we saw this bull calf earlier on, and it's big strapping bull calf in front of this cow. And I mean, you can tell she's been working hard on him while still, you know, maintaining enough fleshing ability, and looks good doing it. So again, really nice pair here. Yeah, again, wish we had a little bigger class for him.
Absolutely. The Brooke family brings in the champion cow-calf pair in this bred and owned division with Brooke Annie K, 2K. Calf at side, Brooke Naveau, 1N. The entry from Luke Brooke. Now we'll move into our bred and owned overall champion female, and we'll lead the way with these heifer calves. In first, your heifer calf champion, LLB Bardis, 1N, the entry from Luke Henderson. Second in that class, Redrich Classified, 1N, the heifer calf from Lexi Dietrich. In your bred heifer class, we bring in Cade Rancier's heifer, RF Beauty 470. Second in class, Red BCC Renee 435, the entry from Winton Brandel. And then the most recent cow-calf pair, Brooke Annie K 2K with bull calf at side. The entry from Luke Brook. This is your bred and owned champion. Let's make sure for our marshals that they don't have to make many miles. So all of you owned, and bred and owned females, make your way up for your Supreme Female class, where we'll also have some award presentations as well.
Well, I always think the bred and owned division is a pretty neat deal. I mean, in the owned division, you can go and put your name on anything and enter that class. But I mean, this class, you've had to own these females now for generations. So I mean, it's quite a testament to, you know, what you're doing at home with your family on being able to bring these females or the bull calves out for this deal, you know. And I think it's a true testament of these kids on what they're done and what they're progressing within their own operations, within their family operations. I mean, that's what it all is still a family-owned deal, but here the kids get a little bit more recognition of their names on things here with these bred and owned females. For me, there's two that pretty easily win this division as well, and I think two that just complement each other really well. You know, all four of these females in this class five females in the class are real nice, easy flesh and really nice females to look at. But I'll go give you the two that you're going to have as your champion in reserve. Let's give the kids a round of applause.
Absolutely great words from Jordan on the testament that it takes to bring these bred and owned females. And your champion will both come out of the bred heifer division again. Entry 174, RF Beauty 470. The entry from Cade Rancier is your champion bred and owned female. Your reserve bred and owned female is Winton Brandel's Red Angus heifer, number 193, Red BCC Renee 435. Congratulations to those two boys. We will bring in our owned and bred and owned females back in before we do a picture break for your Supreme Championship. Quinton Albrecht and Maria Tazchuk, if they're kicking around, amazing. Here they are.
So we are in the ring here today to announce the Honored Guest and Hustle of the Herd Award recipients. We will begin with the Hustle of the Herd Award. For context, the Hustle of the Herd is a AJAA alumni who's making great strides in the industry and doing very well for themselves and utilizing the skills they learned in this show ring in life and in the Angus industry. This year's recipient is Tyler Dietrich. Ty was born into the cattle business and has been involved in his family's Redrick Farms operation from a very young age. Under Ty's increased leadership and influence, the Redrick Farms' 7th annual bull and female sales, since they became independent, has increased in volume, gross, and average every single year. A great accomplishment. And Ty has been a real driver in making this happen, working alongside his parents and siblings. And Redrick also consigns females to various sales in the fall, and you can usually find them exhibiting at various Alberta shows, promoting their herd and the breed, along with volunteering their time in various roles. Redrick Farms started as a Red Angus and Simmental crossbred operation. In the fall of 1999, Ty's parents purchased their first purebred Red Angus cows, and they now run 130 purebred Red Angus cows, as well as maintaining a crossbred herd. They pride themselves in upholding a collection of functional, easy fleshing, and sound cattle, and believe in the strength of the mama cow, offering females that will breed capacity and longevity into their calves. Ty pursued training in marketing, graphic design, and photography while still in high school, and began working with one of Canada's leading livestock photographers. In their early 20s, Ty and Shania purchased the company, and they are now the owners of Ag Plus Design and Photography that they run alongside the farming operation. Ty is very proud of his beautiful young family and is so happy to have his girls Wrigley, Salem, and Holland right here with him, representing the next generation at Redrick Farms. Please give Tyler Dietrich a round of applause in honor of this award. The next award we have to present is the Honored Guest Award. The Alberta Junior Angus Association annually honors a producer and their family whom have made a positive impact on Angus youth and the youth at this very show. There is one person in particular who has helped so many juniors in the Angus breed, myself included. We had many good chats standing beside this very ring, and this is a family who will brighten your day by speaking to any one of them. Their passions include raising quality Angus cattle to fuel their annual bull sale near Edgerton, Alberta, and helping others whenever the opportunity arises, because that is the kind of people they are. Good, solid, honest people who would do anything for anyone. And that is why the Alberta Junior Angus Association is privileged and honored to award the 2025 Honored Guest Award to the Peterson family.
After those incredible awards, we're going to turn the mic back over for the last time today to the most honored person we had here this afternoon. But if you could first, ladies and gentlemen, kids sitting around the ring, put your hands together for one of the most passionate people within this industry for youth and all that we do here, Miss Jordy Buba.
Well, thank you guys. Thanks to the AJA committee for asking me to come out here and judge. I mean, it's always something to get to come and judge in Bashaw. I mean, I started my junior career, and I was one of the lucky ones. I got to end it right in this very ring as well. So, I mean, you know, just like Calgary Stampede is where the big deals show the steers, and, you know, Agribition rounds out our fall season. This is where the junior season ends for these kids. And again, there's no better place to do it, no better community, and no better family when you get all of us together. So, I mean, I think it's an incredible special spot, and something that we're all blessed to be able to come here and do all this. Again, kids, we shouldn't have to remind you of this, but make sure you thank all your people, the people that brought you here, the people still back at home, all your sponsors, and all the committee members that put on the show. Another word of advice is just be kind. Our good friend McNeely, it's a pretty good statement he come up with. It's pretty easy just to be kind. Be kind to the people around you, the people you're going to be dealing with in the future. It doesn't take any more effort than not to be kind, so just be kind. You know, I think these 4 females out here have all brought their way up to the top quite easily in their respective divisions. I'll go give you a champion in reserve. I can't give you the secret. It will be a bred heifer.
Put your hands together one more time for Jordy. Your supreme champion female receiving the Belvin Angus buckle and a flush voucher to Davis Raridan will go to Casey Adams. And your reserve supreme champion female receiving the Cudlow Angus buckle and the Sundown Livestock Transplant flush voucher goes to Paisley Robertson. Congratulations to those 2 young ladies especially, and to the balance of the kids throughout the afternoon. What an amazing set of females that you guys brought out for us today. I know before she left to head inside to work on some tabulation, Tracy Dietrich said that the kids have some time to rest, recover, break down their heifers before we get going with awards inside, is what Tracy mentioned. She needs a few minutes to finalize some aggregate tabulations and things like that. 20 minutes. So at 3:25 we will meet inside. Kids, everybody pay attention. At 3:25 we will meet inside to do all of our final awards presentations. Thank you all very, very much for joining us this afternoon, and we will see you tomorrow back here for the start of all breeds, the ones that are staying here. And if you're traveling home this evening, safe travels to all those Angus enthusiasts making their way back to their operations. We appreciate you all joining us today.
If we could also, just before everybody heads out, get a round of applause for Brody, our impromptu announcer, as well as Keely, Kaylee, and Thomas for helping us out, keeping things moving in the ring.